الرجاء الجلوس لو تكرمتوا. الرجاء الجلوس.
Would you please take your seats? Please take your seats.
السادة الكرام، سنفتتح الجلسة الآن. السيد باتشيكو من الأندينو، السيد باتشيكو رئيس مجلس.
Mr. Pacheco, Speaker of the Andean Parliament.
تمام. طب والبقية الآخرين؟ السادة الكرام، نرجو التكرم بالجلوس.
Would you please take your seats?
نرجو الجلوس يا سادة.
Kindly take your seats.
يا صح. هذا الشخص هذا يدور مكانه، هذا اللي هنا. هذا رئيس. سنفتتح الجلسة الآن.
We shall start the opening session now.
يا أخ سعد. دقيقة. الله يحييك. دقيقة، في معنا هذا رئيس ضايع مش عارف مكانه. دقيقة بس يا سعد. الرئيس خلاص.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, most gracious and merciful, May peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, distinguished Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mr. Talbi Alami, distinguished ministers, distinguished speakers of Senates, Shura, and the equivalent councils, national assemblies, parliamentary unions, both regional and continental, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like at the outset to say how pleased I am and how honored we are in the House of Councillors to host this high-level parliamentary forum, and we are extremely honored to have obtained the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI for this forum. Needless to say, this forum meeting will be a milestone in our proceedings, and it will contribute to our common endeavors. We are gathering as Senates, Shura, and parliamentary assemblies, both at regional and continental levels, representing 40 countries, including 32 speakers who come from 4 geopolitical groups, and which are extremely important on the international stage in order to continue the reflection. And this enables us to unify our stands and pool our efforts in order to promote the progress and development in our countries. In addition to the African, Latin American, and for Arab countries in Asia, the participants from all these countries are open to distinguished areas, and we are honored today to have with us the speakers of the legislative assemblies in Asia, and this will contribute, needless to say, to promoting dialogue and to serve our people's interests as well as their aspirations to achieve comprehensive development. Therefore, I wish to extend a warm welcome to you all on the soil of Morocco, the land of tolerance and cultural exchange, and wish you a very good stay among us, distinguished participants. The motto we have chosen for this session clearly reflects the objectives we have through the bilateral as well as multilateral communication and interaction between our assemblies, and also to achieve peace, security, stability, and shared development. So therefore, this forum is an important parliamentary platform to promote cooperation between the countries of the South. It also serves for an exchange of views and the pooling of efforts regarding different issues, be it at regional, international, and global levels. This contributes to helping us to rise to challenges and to achieve sustainable development, as well as stability, security, and peace. And of course, this also helps us to respect the sovereignty of countries and come up with a model that enables us to achieve integration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is taking place at a time when there are unprecedented challenges faced at the security, economic, social, and climate levels. We are dealing with intertwined challenges that call for greater reflection and precise identification of our problems so that we can work in a responsible way and come up with the solutions to these challenges and stakes. This also requires, the international environment also requires that we revisit our priorities, come up with new systems for international and global interaction, think about real partnerships in the South-South partnerships to promote effective cooperation, integration, complementarity, as well as our ability to adapt and achieve strategic coordination. The countries of the South have often faced intricate challenges. They are called upon today to come up, more than ever, to come up with answers that are flexible, that are based on regional interaction and the technological cooperation, which has become a necessity given the unprecedented revolution that exists in the technology today and in the area of artificial intelligence. These challenges, which are intertwined, call upon us to achieve more cooperation and invest in our capacities in order to contribute to the development of a new South-South system in order to help us interact more effectively, come up with a new model for a just, equitable cooperation system between the countries of the South and the countries of the North on a win-win basis for the benefit of the entire humankind and in order to achieve our rights to a life in dignity and prosperity. And therefore, that is how we came up with the two major topics of our meeting that reflect the challenges that we're facing today. The first topic talks about the leveraging modern technology and artificial intelligence, and we have some very important. The first topic is about the role of interregional initiatives and dialogue and promoting economic integration, and we shall benefit from the experience of African, Latin American, and Asian and Arab experiences, best practices. And the second topic talks about the role of modern technology and artificial intelligence to promote development and industrialization in the countries of the South. Distinguished participants, our efforts in the House of Councillors to achieve or to ensure the continuation of this forum and to expand participation in it reflects the commitment of the Kingdom of Morocco under the stewardship of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him to promote South-South cooperation as a basic option in our foreign policy. His Majesty the King has insisted in the address he made to the participants in the fourth summit for Latin American countries and Arab countries, which was held in Riyadh in the sister nation, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in 2015. He said that the Kingdom of Morocco was engaged from the very beginning in a determined way in the Latin American and Arab Forum in order to promote regional groupings and to promote also cooperation between the countries of the South. And we have been working relentlessly in order to implement effective projects on the ground. His Majesty adds that we are very keen to ensure that the Kingdom of Morocco, building on its strategic position and location, can serve as a link between Europe and Africa and also with the Latin American world in order to build bridges and promote cooperation between the these different regions. End of quote. This commitment on the part of the Kingdom of Morocco has led to strategic partnerships and pioneering initiatives that seek to promote international cooperation and also to promote solidarity between different countries, especially in the South. These are major strategic projects that seek to promote security and peace and also stability and to ensure that we promote human exchanges. And I refer in this regard to the leading experiences that have taken place that also seek to promote South-South cooperation that are more effective and entrenched. And this, the initiative of His Majesty the King also seeks to enable landlocked African countries to have access to the Atlantic, and this is one of the unprecedented strategic initiatives that deals with the geographic as well as the human and economic aspects, and this opens up new prospects for cooperation and shared development, in addition to the Atlantic gas pipeline, Morocco-Nigeria pipeline, that seeks to achieve sustainable development and regional integration. Distinguished participants, given the growing impact of globalization and the redistribution of the channels, of the supply channels, it has become necessary for the countries of the South to revisit their strategies, economic strategies, in order to enhance their positioning in the global trade. And the dialogue that we have within these such platforms is extremely important in order to promote our cooperation, especially that the countries of the South have massive potential to promote their development and also achieve balanced development. In this regard, we have to focus our attention on the following. First, we have to make sure that our inter-trade relations are liberalized, and we have to make sure that we deal with customs and lift whatever obstacles stand in the way of the flow of goods and people. And second, promote investments through different major programs that deal with infrastructure, renewable energy and modern technology in order to come up with added value for our countries. Third, coordinate financial and economic policies to make sure that our policies deal with the challenges we're facing and create an environment that is propitious to investment. Fourth, promote entrepreneurship and digital economy through the setting up of economic zone that promote entrepreneurship and digital transition in order to promote productivity and create jobs. In this regard, the parliaments are playing a key role in terms of creating the necessary frameworks and promoting transparency to achieve and implement the partnerships that we have, and also to promote trade and investments among the countries of the South in order to promote sustainable development. We are also called upon to come up with a roadmap, a parliamentary roadmap that can contribute to our cooperation and also to enhance legislative frameworks and also to promote economic projects that are beneficial to all. Distinguished participants, modern technology and AI have become crucial pillars in determining the future of global trade. The countries that build on technology as a tool of development can make quantum leaps in different sectors. Unfortunately, and despite the efforts made, many of the countries of the South are suffering from a major gap in this regard and properly from this modern technology, and this hinders the efforts made to promote industrialization and the efforts made to close that gap. We therefore need to work on that in order to promote competitiveness. The digital economy is not just a sector among others, it is the key pillar of modern technology and modern development. It plays a key role in the reconfiguration of the international global trade scene and landscape, and there we're talking about billions of dollars that are being invested, and productivity in the agricultural sector can be increased by 10%. And in some countries more than 30% by the year of 2030. And therefore, this shows the importance of adopting national and regional strategies in order to promote scientific research and technology, to promote investments in infrastructure, and to promote innovation and the transfer of technology instead of limiting ourselves to being consumers. Therefore, this shows the importance of the role played by parliaments in terms of coming up with policies that build on modern technology and invest in scientific research and development, promote digital development, and set up centers for innovation that can attract brains and know-how. This meeting of the forum will see a number of important meetings that will be held on the sidelines. There will be a meeting of the network of the parliamentarians to see how women can contribute to legislation more effectively and rise to challenges that are faced by women parliamentarians and come up with specific recommendations in different sectors, political, economic, and social spheres. There will also be a meeting of the network of Secretaries General of Senate, Shura, and equivalent councils in the countries of the South in order to promote coordination between different officers and parliamentarians in order to promote the work of our assemblies. This meeting will also see the meeting of the AfroLac that represents an important platform for the development of parliamentary work regarding common issues and the exchange of experiences and greater South-South cooperation. Distinguished participants, the dialogue, interparliamentary dialogue, is not just a platform, it is a real tool to promote solidarity and cooperation between our countries. It provides an opportunity to come up with effective international cooperation at the South-South level and make sure that it is influential at the global level. Stability, peace, and economic integration are very important objectives, and they cannot be implemented on their own. They have to be taken as a whole. Therefore, without our cooperation, there can be no sustainable development, and that is why we as parliamentarians have to encourage our governments to promote integration, come up with solutions that promote development and interaction between our groups for the benefit of us all. In this regard, I call on everyone to make the most of this opportunity to exchange views, find solutions, and come up with practical mechanisms to promote regional and international cooperation among ourselves and to make sure that we arrive at actual plans of action to make sure the voice of the South is heard and to send out a signal that this platform has become a real forum for the exchange at South-South level. We are determined in the House of Councillors to continue working with you, and we are very grateful that you show so much interest in our work and our cooperation with you, and we look forward in the House of Councillors to continue working under the guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, to contribute to the cooperation, South-South cooperation in this regard. The chairmanship of the Kingdom of Morocco through their representative of the 22nd session of the United Nations on South-South cooperation, which it is inspired by the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI to promote shared developments between the countries of the South. At the end of my remarks, let me say that this is not a simple meeting, and it is not easy to have speakers of different parliamentary assemblies from the Arab world, Africa, Latin America, and Asia to meet in one place. This is a major milestone in promoting our parliamentary dialogue at South-South level. Once again, I wish to extend a warm welcome to you all, and I look forward to seeing this forum achieve its objective and help us achieve a more prosperous, more ambitious future for our peoples. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
شكرا كلمة معالي السيد رشيد الطالب العالي.
Thank you. So Mr. Mohammed Sabbar, representative from the President or Speaker of the House of Representatives. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, and peace and prayer be upon the messenger of Allah, his kith and kin. Honorable Speaker of the House of Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, President, speakers of legislative assemblies and presidents of parliamentary organizations, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to take part once again alongside you in the inauguration of the proceedings of the third Forum for South-South Parliamentary Dialogue, organized under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. I wish to thank my brother and colleague, the Honorable Mohammed Wold Rashid, for his invitation and for offering us the opportunity to meet again to discuss issues that are still very important, timely, and intertwined. They are such that they're at the heart of international, institutional, and public debate. In addition to the importance of the theme, the significance of this institutional gathering increases thanks to the institutions and officials taking part in it, and given the wide scope of the geopolitical arena they represent, its demographic weight, its potential, its history, and culture. This is There's also strategic impact on international decision-making. In this respect, the geopolitical areas represented in this gathering host the largest human concentration, and their lands include the most precious resources that are today at the heart of international competition. They also enjoy strategic locations with regard to international trade and exchanges. In contrast, the countries of Africa, Latin America, Asia, and the Arab world face numerous complex challenges and dilemmas that have a heavy cost over development and progress. This is aggravated by the current global situation. Indeed, these challenges do not need enormous efforts, but rather studiousness and hard work to tackle. Our countries today are paying the price of an unjust world order characterized by fragmentation, volatility, sudden changes in positioning, lack of visibility, and uncertainty. Our four geopolitical groups suffer from the instability as they witness the most complex domestic and transnational conflicts, along with their consequences, namely migration, displacement, destruction of infrastructure, and the waste of time when it comes to development and political. This happens while our countries have undergone the aftermath of a Cold War which was not theirs. It was rather a war instigated by other countries. It is our countries that endure the repercussions of severe climate imbalances emanating from the emission of harmful gases to our planet, without having benefited from industrialization or technological advancement of industrial countries. Unfortunately, these consequences and repercussions have regrettably exceeded the climate and the landscape and have led to desertification, deforestation, and soil degradation, all the way to polluting the oceans and seas that our countries can now utilize as levers for food and development. After having suffered from inequitable access to jobs, our countries today are paying the price of an unfair globalization that calls to reassess these mechanisms and patterns at a time when narrow national interests supersede universal interests, which was clearly obvious during the COVID-19 pandemic, which hit the globe and was on the verge of stopping world fluxes. We all recall that critical time where international solidarity and human conscience were put to the test. This is a page of history that we should read thoughtfully. On another note, several of our countries fiercely face the dangers of terrorism and violent extremism that join arms in several cases with separatist trends and work to promote chaos, dismantle states, and harm their territorial integrity. Cybercrimes are the latest challenges. They're dangerous, and they're a soft challenge that puts the finger on the threats looming over the economy, society, human conscience, culture, and services. Several of our countries are facing them with insufficient logistics resources, which begs the question on digital gaps and monopoly of digital technologies. In light of the above, we also face the dilemmas of youth employment and integration, as well as the capacity of our economies to absorb unemployment. While we hold huge potential to become the main source, the primary food source in the world, several populations of the South, of the global South, are facing the issue of food security and even the threat of famine. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of these challenges and dilemmas, we also have abundant and diverse resources. If we take a look at the world map, we can note that our geopolitical communities and our countries represented in this gathering span 3 oceans and seas, open and enclosed, hence bordering strategic maritime routes. These resources provide opportunities to conduct intensive trades and exchanges between our countries and with the rest of the world at an era where the security and geopolitical factors have become decisive in defining the seamlessness of global trade. The establishment of infrastructure on shores can contribute to launching major dynamics for our economies and facilitate tourism and service activities that would attract millions of tourists and create millions of jobs. Contrary to common perception, human resources, and particularly the youth that our countries have, are highly valuable resources to achieving development, increasing productivity, accomplishing growth and advancement. To make the most of this lever, we need to be creative in the areas of education, training, and schooling in order to provide our youth with hope and the chances to decide their fate and to transform the despair and frustration that torments large categories of them into hope and trust in their motherlands and in the future. It is a matter of bright minds, valid aspirations, patient, productive arms, and promising markets. The third lever is the natural resources and potential that our countries own, namely precious metals that are strategic to modern industries and technologies the world needs, as well as arable lands. To give you an example, Africa alone is home to 60% of the global arable lands. The transformation of these resources into wealth and projects requires a political will, cooperation, technology transfer from the global north to the global south, and the establishment of win-win partnerships and horizontal cooperation between countries of the south. Achieving security, peace, and stability remains the main challenge and the ultimate objectives of our common efforts, because there will be no development or progress without security and stability. Therefore, the respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states must become first and foremost the main concern of our countries and organizations. There needs to be a political and ethical contract and a civilizational compact that we must all abide by. This is the cornerstone of international law and relations. And any infringement of this principle is a violation of the rights of the other, an act of disdain and mutiny, and a grave breach of international laws and conventions. In the countries of the global south, we must make sure to prevent crisis and conflicts and commit to resolving them and containing them with wisdom, prudence, and by invoking the shared interests and fate of our peoples. If we succeed in achieving peace and master the use of our resources, we will undoubtedly be able to make the 21st century the century of the global south, the one where the global south takes off, a takeoff that must prioritize the human element as a target and medium. We need to form new people that trust their motherland and institutions and who are independent in their choices, that must be citizen and contribute to the reinforcement of national institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, since his accession to the throne, His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, drives a national diplomacy and foreign policy revolving mainly around the African Renaissance and the consolidation of relations with the countries of the global south, similar to those of the global north, based on justice and solidarity. His Majesty has launched several initiatives that are today part of the common African agenda, such as the Atlantic African States Process, the initiative aimed at enabling the African Sahel countries to access the Atlantic Ocean, as well as the Adaptation of African Agriculture Initiative, the AAA program. He also launched, alongside his brothers from the West Africa, the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline projects. These are foundational continental projects that have an international dimension and that are open to our friends in the Americas, given the infrastructure that can be created on the American and African shores, thus providing major prospects for trade, for global trade. These projects would also stimulate development and mobilize the land, maritime, and mineral resources, such that the major transformations aspired by the people of the global south, under the leadership of His Majesty, our country should put effectively its expertise and resources at the disposal of its friends and brothers to achieve these goals. Ladies and gentlemen, our national parliaments and multilateral parliamentary organizations should assume the responsibility to advocate for these causes, for our mutual interests, and for justice in international relations, including food and climate justice. and justice in the area of technology and accessing technology. I hope that a forum like this one, under which we are meeting today, along with other gatherings and conferences that our country has hosted, serve as an opportunity to input ideas and propose solutions to build a common future. Thank you for your attention.
الآن كلمة معالي وزير الخارجية يلقيها السيد فؤاد يزوغ سفير المدير العام للشؤون السياسية.
And I'll give the floor to the representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Chassou. Distinguished Speaker of the House of Councillors, distinguished Speaker of the House of Representatives, distinguished speakers of parliamentary assemblies, honorable speakers of national parliaments, distinguished heads of states, distinguished ministers, distinguished ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be with you here for this South-South Forum, which is being held as part of the engagements of the Kingdom of Morocco under the stewardship of His Majesty King Mohammed VI to promote all efforts that are geared to consolidating South-South cooperation. I would like to welcome you to Rabat, which hosted 3 years ago the first forum meeting. And this meeting today reflects the will and determination of my country to promote the objectives of this forum and also to promote this dimension of our work. Ladies and gentlemen, our meeting today, this is a milestone in the implementation of the objectives of the Rabat Declaration, which is the capital of South-South cooperation. It reflects a common will to build bridges between us, and that is within the framework of an international context that calls for further cooperation as key levers for the development of partnerships that are sustainable and balanced. And this is where the role of parliamentary diplomacy is at its highest in order to make sure that we exchange views that is within a South-South approach. This is a must for us in the current juncture. You chose quite wisely the topic of this meeting, which is interregional and continental law dialogues in countries of the South as a key lever for confronting new challenges to achieve cooperation, peace, security, stability, and shared development. And we look forward to the recommendations, practical recommendations that will be developed to promote cooperation between the Arab world, Africa, Latin America, and Asia. The conference today is particularly important given that there are 13 parliamentary unions that are attending this conference, and this shows that we have to continue working on this in order to promote cooperation and innovation between our countries, and also provide an opportunity for our countries to improve their living conditions. The Kingdom of Morocco is convinced that the current and future challenges faced by the countries of the South call for the adoption of an approach that takes into consideration developments and the specificities of each country, and to build on the national efforts as part of a participatory approach within that is at the level of the region and at the level of each country. That is why the Kingdom of Morocco, under the guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, has launched a number of initiatives for the benefits of the South. including the Atlantic Initiative to enable landlocked African countries to have access to the Atlantic Ocean, and also the Morocco-Nigeria gas pipeline. These are initiatives that show that our country is committed to promote South-South cooperation that is based on solidarity. It also reflects the vision of the Kingdom of Morocco to address the issues of the South from an efficient and practical perspective. This was reflected in the address sent out by His Majesty to the 29th summit of the African countries summit held in Addis Ababa, in which His Majesty said that it is important for African countries to come up with practical and realistic objectives that serve the interests of Africa. Africa does not need ideological slogans. It needs actual action, resolute action in the areas of peace and human development and security. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Morocco, under the enlightened stewardship of His Majesty the King, has launched a number of initiatives to achieve economic development and sustainable development. And this has enabled us to achieve a major experience, or to gain major experience and build on our assets in order to contribute to the regional and interregional development process. The Kingdom of Morocco has gained experience in a number of crucial areas, such as renewable energy, sustainable development, and the use of modern technology. The fight against terrorism show that the Kingdom of Morocco is a pioneer country at continental and regional levels. It opens up new prospects for cooperation with the sister countries and like-minded countries, especially in Africa, Latin America, the Arab world, and Asia, as part of a royal vision that takes particular interest in South-South cooperation and that seeks to build on mutual respect and mutual benefit, as well as a win-win approach. This was emphasized by His Majesty the King in his address sent out for the first African Latin American summit held in Abuja, in which His Majesty called for developing a vision that serves the common interests of our countries. His Majesty pointed out that the summit gives us an opportunity to agree on building a strategic partnership that is based on our common values, including those of liberty, democracy, and solidarity. It seeks to promote South-South cooperation based on mutual esteem and mutual and common prosperity for all our countries. Given this vision, the Kingdom of Morocco believes in the ability of the the countries of the South to promote their development. It has become now a necessity for our countries to promote interregional cooperation and develop different types of partnerships that are based on solidarity. And dialogue is important in this regard, just as is the exchange of views and experiences, because this can lead to closer bonds between our regions that believe in the same common values, cultural values, and that contribute to developing mechanisms for the promotion of the exchange of good practices in areas of common interest. Distinguished members, distinguished participants, parliamentary action is important in the sense that diplomacy can also contribute to this, and the involvement of parliamentarians in diplomacy has become particularly important to bring about a country that is more stable, more balanced, and to find solutions to the crises faced by the world. The instability and confusion characterizing the current international and global situation means that peoples have a that representatives of peoples have a duty and a responsibility to come up with solutions, especially in countries that have chosen democracy as a key pillar of management of public affairs and to promote international and global peace and security. Distinguished participants, the convening of this third forum makes us quite optimistic as far as promoting cooperation
رسميا للاجتهاد الجماعي وتنسيق الجهود والمبادرات. نؤكد التزام المملكة المغربية الثابت تحت القيادة السامية والرشيدة لصاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله بالانخراط الفاعل والدائم في كل ما من شأنه التعاون جنوب جنوب، فإننا نثمن عاليا التوجه الجماعي نحو الشراكة والتعاون والتكامل بما يعزز مكانة المؤسسات التشريعية كقوة اقتراح ومراقبة لمبادرات التنمية والسلام والاستقرار. شكرا على إصغائكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
شكرا سعادة السفير. الآن حضرات
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to give the floor to the next speaker.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
nous allons passer maintenant à la suite de nos travaux. Nous allons
continue with our works.
Continuer notre session de travail, notre
The
session
working
de travail,
session
et nous allons ainsi
to allow us to
pouvoir passer
speak now to the
maintenant nous allons
we
ouvrir
will now be
la
opening
session
the
avec
session
Monsieur Ali Saleh, qui est président
Mr.
du Conseil de Shura du
Ali
Bahreïn, le pays frère
Saleh,
Bahreïn, qui va maintenant prendre la
President
parole,
of the Shura
président
of
de la
the
Shura du Bahreïn.
brother country of Bahrain. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. Mohammed Ould Rashid, Your Excellency, the Honorable President of councils and different parliaments across Africa, ladies and gentlemen, presidents, all representatives of Arab, African, and Latin America countries, ladies and gentlemen, may peace be with you. It is a real pleasure to be amongst you today in this working session of the Third South-South Parliamentary Dialogue Forum, organized to highlight the importance of exchanges on contemporary issues which require South-South cooperation to facilitate dialogue, cooperation, and response to such obstacles and challenges that these countries are confronted to on their path to economic development, as well as strengthening security and stability. It is a real pleasure, as I said, to give you the greetings of Habib ibn Khalifa, may God assist him, and all his desire that this dialogue reaches its objective on the way to a more stable and more safe and a safer world. His Excellency, His Highness is convinced of the importance of such matters. We would also like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for its very warm hospitality and having welcomed us here. And we would like to thank our dear brother, Mr. Mohamed Ould El-Rashid of the Associations of Senates, Shura, and equivalent councils in Africa. His intervention is particularly timely as we seek to enrich the dialogue across regions and continents so as to strengthen parliamentary dialogue between different countries towards peace and prosperity. Allow me now to say that this dialogue, this meeting, was the fruit of sustained perseverance and will be the opportunity for us to collaborate, to cooperate amongst parliamentary unions, of course, as well as the Chamber of Councillors of different countries and the different participating delegates as we seek to overcome obstacles in our path. Ladies and gentlemen, South-South cooperation is now an imperative and not optional, and given the challenges we are confronted with, uncertainty, geopolitical upheaval, climate change, all these challenges require that we work together, and more so than any other time in history. We need sustained cooperation and exchange, and to work together for the good of our people. As part of these efforts, we would like to affirm that the policy undertaken by the Kingdom of Bahrain under the guidance of His Majesty the King, and in cooperation with respective government agencies such as Ahmed bin Khalifa, President of the Council of Ministers, and given the strengthening of efforts as part of the framework of South-South cooperation and support for the ongoing initiatives aiming to strengthen this cooperation and realize sustainable development, peace, and security. Given the different projects that we have been leading, we have seen capacity strengthened across our countries, and have been very happy to share the lessons we have learned to work towards a good strategic partnerships and solid economic relationships. We would like to also focus on the technological progress which is absolutely unprecedented despite being continuous. And this evolution brings its own lot of opportunities and threats. We would therefore like to focus on this common development work to ensure that we are not just consumers of such technology. We need to fully optimize our human resources, which will allow us to build a solid partnership. We would like once again to recall that the Kingdom of Bahrain, with its partner country, insists on the importance on diplomacy and political dialogue to end wars and resolve conflicts, and specifically for the Palestinian cause, which requires a actionable solution and fair solution based on the two-country solution, with a sovereign country with its own capital of Al-Quds, Jerusalem. To conclude, we would like to highlight that the Kingdom of Bahrain and the different relevant councils, be they the Shura or parliaments or senates, are keen to develop cooperation, mutual understanding, to realize more objectives and ensure economic complementarity to ensure joint development and economic prosperity. We are sure that this dialogue will lead us to actionable recommendations for peace across the world, and we ask God to protect our countries and our leaders from anything that may harm them. We are committed to working together for the good of our countries, and we would like this platform to provide cooperation and dialogue that will overcome obstacles to common peace and prosperity. May peace be with you. Thank you, Honorable President. We will now hear from Mr. Yusuf Rida Chilani of Pakistan.
And Chairman of the Association of Senate Shura, Equivalent Councils in Africa and the Arab World, ASECA, Honorable Presidents and Speakers of Parliaments, esteemed parliamentarians, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to you all. It is a great privilege to represent the Parliament and people of Pakistan at this important third edition of the South Parliamentary Dialogue Forum here in Rabat, the vision of His Majesty. I extend my sincere appreciation to our gracious hosts, the House of Councillors and ASECA, for their warm hospitality and excellent arrangements. We deeply value this opportunity to engage with our counterparts from across the global south, united in our commitment to cooperation, peace, and shared progress. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather at a time when the global order is undergoing profound political and economic shifts. While we have made significant progress in lifting millions out of poverty, we also face new complex challenges, rising inequality, climate disruptions, technological divides, and conflict in several regions. The global south, with its vast natural wealth and vibrant human potential, has a vital role to play in reshaping the priorities of global cooperation. But to do so, we must act together with purpose, with coordination, and with a shared vision of peace, stability, and development. Excellencies, at the heart of this forum lies powerful idea that dialogue among our parliaments can drive real, lasting change. Pakistan views South-South cooperation not a theory, but as a necessity. Our geography at the intersection of South Asia, Central Asia, the Middle East, and China gives us a unique vantage point, and with it a responsibility to promote meaningful regional collaboration. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor stands as a strong example of how shared infrastructure, energy, and trade initiatives can connect entire regions and create lasting economic impact. Through platforms of ECO and SAARC, we continue to advocate for removing trade barriers, stronger connectivity, and more inclusive markets. But the economic growth alone is not enough. As a country facing the harsh realities of climate change, from floods to droughts, Pakistan is committed to push for joint environmental action, climate-smart agriculture, and fair access to climate finance. I say fair access because Pakistan bears the climatic brunt of many other countries with barely any carbon footprints of its own in the region. Our commitment to inclusive development is also reflected in progress like the Benazir Income Support Program, which has become a model of social protection and poverty reduction in the region. In all these efforts, Pakistan's message remains clear. We are ready to share, to learn, and to build stronger global South together. Distinguished colleagues, our shared development aspirations, enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goals, also requires more than national effort. They are impossible to attain without regional solidarity and collective problem solving. Whether it is eradicating poverty, ensuring food security, or expanding access to education and health, no single country can meet these challenges alone. Interregional parliamentary dialogue allows us to align policies, pool resources, develop joint strategies, and directly support the SDGs. For Pakistan, water management, agricultural resilience, and education reform are national priorities areas where partnerships with other global South nations can lead to transformative outcomes. By exchanging knowledge and replicating successful models, by using this forum not to only reaffirm our commitments to SDGs, but to build a partnership needed to tangibly achieve them. Excellencies, as we deepen cooperation within the Global South, we must also work to ensure our voices are heard more clearly in global decision making. Pakistan firmly supports a fairer international order, one where developing countries have stronger representation in global financial institutions and rule-making bodies, institutions like United Nations, the World Trade Organizations, and the IMF must reflect today's realities, not yesterday's hierarchies. Through collective parliamentary engagement, we can push for reforms that serve the interest of all, not just few. We can also promote global policies on technology, trade, and climate that are equitable, transparent, and inclusive. Strengthening South-South cooperation is not a rejection of the global system. It is a step toward improving it, a system where no region is left behind and where every country has a stake in shaping the future. Honorable delegates, let us leave this forum not only with ideas, but a renewed sense of responsibility. We need to strengthen interparliamentary networks, establish joint research platforms, and advocate for inclusive legislation that enables connectivity, digital economic, and human. Let us also support one another in building institutional capacity through interparliamentary actions and exchange programs. Pakistan stands ready to play its part. We believe that through unity, innovations, and mutual respect, the Global South can lead a way toward a more just and sustainable world. Together, we can transform dialogue into progress and shared development into lasting peace. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم معالي السيد الرئيس. لقد توصل.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Donc nous avons reçu un message de la part des Émirats. Et donc je vous demande, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président, de vous présenter ici pour prendre la parole. Merci.
Arab Emirates. Please take the floor is yours, sir.
شكرا معالي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful.
معالي الأخ محمد ولد الرشيد رئيس مجلس.
Honorable Presidents, representatives of the different parliaments, shuras and different councils, honorable representatives, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, welcome to all of you. I am absolutely delighted to express all my gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco for its very warm hospitality, to all and all those who have contributed to organizing such a high-profile event aiming to strengthen cooperation and collaboration, which I am sure will lead us to work on many ideas that I am certain will be as many sources of inspiration for all of us. The world over the last 10 years has known dramatic upheavals and change, which are deeply modifying values and concepts of cooperation and sovereignty. The world is now much more uncertain, specifically given climate change and the digital revolution, which continues to put pressure on our economies. All this gives new meaning to diplomatic relations, which in its diversity creates not only a complex world, but also many opportunities as part of the new emerging world order. Throughout this transformation, South-South dialogue is of crucial importance, not just for the relevant countries, but it is also a parallel track which will provide an opportunity to renew regional, interregional, and intercontinental cooperation. This is more, ladies and gentlemen, than a simple understanding a new concept. It's also a question of human resources, of economic resources. The issue at hand means that cooperation is much more important in the context of international policy. The South-South dialogue is an option that provides us with an opportunities for practical and actionable recommendations, such as, firstly, the nature of obstacles we are confronted to, climate equity, technological access, demographic change, and the challenges tied to peace and security. Secondly, the need of the Global South can also be harnessed as strengths. It is clear today that countries cannot work alone in their own land, but we need to take into account not just the size of its own population, but also the broader needs of the population across the world. We fully understand that all this will participate to economic stability as well as cultural stability. The United Arab Emirates, under the guidance of His Majesty bin Zayed, has implemented a comprehensive dialogue to speak to the important role of the different interests that it has across the world and aims to reduce the obstacles facing the countries of the Global South. The intercultural and interreligious dialogue which has been held have led to a certain stability and better justice. Furthermore, many initiatives were undertaken with the different families that have ensured that political dialogue reaches its objectives. Dialogue will indeed lead to an international forum and a prosperous future for all. Given the very dynamic landscape, it is clear that dialogue cannot limit itself to culture, but also needs to focus on economy and technology. It has also undertaken
sur un ensemble de collaboration
dialogues based on a
pour
collaborative
transmettre les
approach
informations
so
et
as
pour
to share information
un bon développement durable.
and
Elle a
provide
aussi
and
renforcé
achieve
son
sustainable
poids comme
development.
étant un
It has
centre d'innovation
also shown
et
itself to be
l'économie
a
en fait qui se
center
base sur le
of
savoir-faire et sur
innovation
l'expertise dans plusieurs
not
sujets, plusieurs
and
domaines,
a
notamment
pole of
les techniques
knowledge economy,
innovantes en
specifically when it
digitalisation.
comes to
Donc le dialogue
digital
avec ces différentes dimensions n'est
innovation.
pas seulement un
This
choix
multi-dimensional
circonstanciel, mais c'est aussi
dialogue is not
l'opportunité pour
a
chaque pays
simple
de mettre en place un
circumstantial
pays qui est
choice,
beaucoup
but
plus
an opportunity to
avancé et beaucoup plus
create
collaboratif.
a
Donc,
country
les
which
pays global du
progresses
Sud-Sud
steadily.
vont remettre en place
Global
leur
South
stratégie Sud-Sud,
countries
vont aussi travailler sur la
will
mise en place
rethink
de
their
politiques
policies
se
and
focalisant principalement sur l'innovation, toujours dans le cadre des
innovation
changements accélérés
policies
mondiaux.
as
Et de
part
cela,
of
nous
accelerated world
tirons l'importance
change.
de
This,
ce
to
dialogue
us,
qui va nous
highlights
permettre
the
d'échanger
importance of this dialogue,
en
which
termes
will allow
d'expertise, de
us
savoir-faire et de faire face aux différents défis,
This
surtout,
will allow us to
qui
confront
nous
the
viennent directement du
challenges
contexte de chaque
tied
pays. Et donc, par
to
conséquent,
each
nos
of our
parlements,
countries'
aujourd'hui,
context.
avec leur
Our
cadre réglementaire
parliaments
et leur
today
délégation diplomatique vont nous donner cette opportunité de renforcer ce dialogue
will provide an
interrégional
opportunity to strengthen
et de
interregional
comprendre,
dialogue
de redonner une définition
and
à la
redefine
coopération à
cooperation
travers différentes dimensions, et c'est-à-dire
across
mettant en place
multiple
un dialogue
dimensions
parlementaire sud-sud pour une bonne coordination sur
for
les
a
sujets
better
les plus
coordination
importants, plus de
on
coopération
crucial
aussi
topics.
économique
Better
et
cooperation
mettre en place une plateforme
will
d'échange
also
pour
allow us
beaucoup plus d'indépendance face aux obstacles qui
to
peuvent en
strengthen
traverser le chemin,
our
et de se focaliser
independence
aussi sur
and our
le volet
response
de
to the
l'éducation qui
obstacles
constitue un
before
volet
us
important.
and
Et encore
focus
une fois,
on
merci beaucoup au Royaume
education, which is
du Maroc pour son
particularly
hospitalité,
important.
et
Once
nous
again, we'd
souhaitons
like to thank the
beaucoup de
Kingdom of
succès
Morocco
à
for
ce
its
forum
hospitality,
dialogue
and we
Sud-Sud.
wish
Merci.
full success to this forum. Thank you very much.
مجلس الشيوخ
The Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Senate. Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, distinguished President of ASECA, distinguished Speakers of Senates, Shura, and equivalent councils, distinguished ministers,
distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs.
distinguished representatives and participants. Before anything, I would like to pay tribute to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, King of Morocco. May God be with him. I would like to say how grateful I am to the Moroccan authorities for the warm welcome and hospitality extended to myself and my delegation, that is for this third forum meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate my sincere thanks to my colleagues for the choice they've made by appointing me as President of the Association of African Senates, that is after the debate we had at the meeting held in October 2024 in Yamoussoukro in Côte d'Ivoire. I would like to share with you that during the meeting held In April 2024 in Brazzaville, the speakers of the upper houses appointed the Kingdom of Morocco to host our next conference at a date that will be communicated to you very soon. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our conference, which is about interregional and intercontinental dialogue for the countries of the South, which is a key lever for confronting new challenges to international cooperation, achieve peace, security, stability, and shared development. This is a topic that is a timely one and an important one. It shows that we have a collective responsibility as far as the major challenges relating to the preservation of peace, achievement of sustainable development, and the quest for economic sovereignty and the achievement of active solidarity between our countries and the institutions. We work in common in order to achieve peace and to promote dialogue. This is an approach that needs to be shared. Côte d'Ivoire, my country, has suffered from the 2010 crisis following the elections. This experience, painful one, taught us that peace is not granted, is not to be taken for granted. Under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Al-Hassan Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, my country has achieved significant progress as far as peace and social cohesion is concerned. Our determination, his determination to preserve national unity has led to inclusive policies and massive investments in infrastructure and in social projects during the last decade. According to the report updated on 3rd April 2025, the World Bank Group says that Côte d'Ivoire has transformed its economy. Côte d'Ivoire has one of the highest economic growth rates in sub-Saharan Africa, with a GDP growth of 8.2%, that is on average over the period 2012-2019. Côte d'Ivoire has managed to bring the COVID-19 pandemic under control and has achieved growth throughout that period. Côte d'Ivoire has kept that trajectory and shown resilience despite an unfavorable international context, and has achieved 6.2% economic growth between 2021 2023 and has been playing a key role as a major regional hub and a land that hosts many migrants from Western African countries, that is from ECOWAS countries. This has enabled our country to achieve a lot of achievements in this regard. In this, the number of public middle and high school increased from 244 to 9 in 2011 to 902 in 2024. In higher education, we've gone from 3 universities to 10 universities in 2025, thereby strengthening access to higher education throughout the country. In health sector, the government achievements now allow it nearly for 80% of the Ivorian population to have access to a health center within a 5-kilometer radius. As part of achieving women empowerment, more than 90 billion CFA francs have been allocated to nearly 420,000 women for income-generating activities through the Support Fund for Women of Côte d'Ivoire, FAPSI, which was initiated by the First Lady of Côte d'Ivoire, Mrs. Dominique Ouattara. As far as youth are concerned, more than 1,118 million CFA francs have been allocated by the government for youth integration under the government youth program, PG Gouv, 2023-2025. As far as electrification is concerned, significant efforts have been made to improve access to electricity, with a coverage rate reaching 33% in 2011, and that has moved to 98% in 2024, and the aim is to achieve 100% by the end of 2025. As far as access to drinking water is concerned, the national coverage rate is evaluated at more than 80%. These achievements demonstrate the commitment of the Ivorian government to promote inclusive, sustainable development with a focus on peace and social cohesion as foundations for the achievements of prosperity. Today, more than ever, ladies and gentlemen, we must make interregional and intercontinental dialogue our main tool for preventing conflicts and building resilient societies. As parliamentarians, we have the responsibility to support all efforts in the pursuit of peace and security by promoting dialogue and cooperation between our institutions. The Senate of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire and the Association of African Senates are committed to this dynamic by offering a platform for exchange and collaboration to jointly address our common challenges. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
شكرا معالي.
Thank you, Mrs. Kandia. Now we give the floor to Mr. Manuel José Osando, Speaker of the Senate in Chile.
Señor Presidente de la Cámara de Consejeros del Reino de Marruecos,
Distinguished Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, distinguished parliamentarians for Africa and Asia, distinguished participants.
La República de Chile en esta tercera edición del Foro de Diálogo Parlamentario Sur-Sur. Comenzar llevándolos unos minutos el extremo sur de América Latina.
I would like to take a few minutes to take you to Latin America, to the world of Chile. Chile is a unique country. We are the country that is the longest in the world. We have 5,000 kilometers from the north to the south, from the Andean region to the Pacific Ocean. This particular geographic feature gives us a wealth of landscapes from the desert to the north, where we have also snow, and the forests going through lakes and mountains that are quite fertile. Chile is a country that has invested on openness to the world. For the last 30 years, we have started to achieve economic integration, signed agreements with Europe and Latin America, and Northern America and other regions in the world. This has given us economic stability and also a standing around the world. Since this opening was achieved, we have noted with a lot of optimism and hope that there is cooperation between the parliaments of the South, and we know that the world is changing, and therefore parliamentary dialogue is an essential lever we share the same, we are confronted with the same challenges, we have the same also interests, and would like to make sure that we leverage technology, modern technology, and protect our natural resources at the same time. The world is today facing complex situations. There are new trends as far as protectionist policies are concerned, and this has an impact on the freedom of trade, and it limits the cooperation between countries and peoples in this given this context. We wish to reiterate the fact that open dialogue and the free exchange of goods and services are key pillars to achieve inclusive development for our peoples. Allow me to share with you a personal experience before becoming senator and speaker in the Republic of Chile. I was a mayor of the most populated commune in Chile, a country that has a population of about 20 million people. I launched a process for economic integration that involved a number of measures to build territories and building on the local resources, because the problems we're faced with, such as poverty and limited access to limited services, housing, access to housing are common problems, and of course the solutions need to be shared as extensively as possible. As Speaker of the Chilean Senate and Vice President of the Andean Parliament, I'm deeply convinced that economic integration and cooperation have to be promoted at all levels, starting with the local level and through the national and regional levels as well, to make sure that the benefits trickle down to people. And that is why international cooperation is important. And with that, having said that, I wish to insist on the role of our parliaments, and I'd like to give you an example, a concrete one. Recently, as Speaker of the Chilean Senate, we held meetings with parliamentarians from Bolivia in order to come up with agreements that allows Bolivian workers to come to Chile during the harvest and obtain the necessary visas, and also share things between different peoples. This was an initiative that is the result of interparliamentarian dialogue, and today the parliamentarians and the officials in charge are working on this to make sure that this becomes a reality. This means that when we work like this and work to cooperate among ourselves, then that has a concrete impact and leads to concrete solutions. In this regard, parliamentarians should not be just observers. They should be key actors to implement strategic alliances and partnerships and promote development that is inclusive and sustainable. Technology today, especially in the area of AI, is redefine our economies as well as our societies, but these deep changes have to be guided and based on specific values and humane solutions. The change is driven by people, not by machines, and therefore parliamentarians have a key role to play in this regard. We have to make sure that we legislate on the basis of ethical values and guarantee the fact that progress is beneficial to everyone. Chile is today reiterating its commitments to South-South cooperation. We are in favor of dialogue, and we look forward to promoting these powerful levers to achieve and bring about a future of dignity and prosperity for our peoples. We have to make sure that that the South does come up with solutions and contributes to changes in the world. We have the opportunity today to be the mouthpiece of peoples around the world, and to make sure that dialogue is the key mechanism through which we work in order to work together. And I would like to thank the Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco for the opportunity given to me to contribute to this forum. I invite you to continue to work diligently for this forum to continue promoting cooperation, South-South cooperation. Long live our cooperation in the South framework. Thank you, Mr. Manuel Jose. I now give the floor to Mr. Faisal Al-Faiz, distinguished representative of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Sorry, the interpreter cannot hear the gentleman. Can you turn on the microphone, please? In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, distinguished participants, I would like to say first that we live in a world that is swiftly changing. The crises are intertwined, complicated, major political, economic, and security challenges that affect our lives in the South. They represent an obstacle to the achievement of sustainable development, and it also has a negative impact on our security.
وغياب الاستقرار السياسي في العديد من دول الجنوب يجعل من الصعب وضع خطط تتجاوز بدولنا قضايا الفقر والبطالة وتداعيات تأثير المناخ وردم الفجوة الاقتصادية والرقمية بين دول الشمال والجنوب. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، إن هذا اللقاء الخير يشكل فرصة حقيقية للتعاون المشترك وتعزيز التضامن بين دولنا التي عانت تاريخيا من التفاوت الاقتصادي والتكنولوجي بين دول الشمال والجنوب، وذلك إذا ما أحسننا تسخير الإمكانيات التي تتمتع بها دولنا لصالح مجتمعاتنا وأوطاننا. إن دول الجنوب عموما غنية بثرواتها الاقتصادية والبشرية ومصادر الطاقة المتنوعة، لكنها للأسف ما زالت لم تستغل بالشكل الأمثل، وما زالت محط أطماع القوى المهيمنة عالميا، والتي لا تزال تكرر ممارسات التحكم والاستغلال لإبقاء دول الجنوب غارقة في الصراعات والأزمات السياسية والفقر والجهل. ودولنا يمكن أن تعزز التعاون فيما بيننا والتقدم معا على مختلف المسارات وقضايا التنمية المستدامة وتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار لها وتجاوز خلافاتها السياسية إذا ما امتلكت الرغبة الحقيقية وقرارها السياسي والاقتصادي، وذلك من خلال تبادل المعرفة والتكنولوجيا والمهارات والخبرات والموارد الاقتصادية والبشرية لمواجهة التحديات واستغلال الميزات النسبية التي تتمتع بها كل دولة لإحداث التكامل المنشود بمختلف القطاعات. إن التحديات التي تواجهنا تجعل من ضرورة تعاوننا المشترك أمرا استراتيجيا وخيارا أساسيا لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة بين بلداننا وتمكينها من الاستقرار. وهنا أؤكد أهمية تعزيز التنسيق وتفعيل التعاون بين مختلف مؤسساتنا البرلمانية على مختلف المستويات الثنائية والإقليمية وبالتشاركية مع حكوماتنا ومختلف مؤسسات المجتمع المدني في دولنا بهدف الوصول إلى قواسم مشتركة تمكننا من مواجهة تحدياتنا وإيجاد الحلول للقضايا المتعلقة بالتنمية والتصحر والتغير المناخي والاستغلال الأمثل لثرواتنا.
علينا أيضا
Therefore,
تطوير
we
وتفعيل
have
مؤسسات
to
التعاون المشترك
develop our
وتجاوز
institutions
الاختلافات
for the
والتباينات
promotion of
السياسية
cooperation
وإنشاء مؤسسات عمل مشتركة
transcend
فاعلة
political
على المستوى الدولي
issues and ensure
بهدف بناء
effective
شراكات مع
cooperation in
دول
order to
العالم
come up
خدمة
with
لمصالحنا
partnerships with the
في
countries of the world
المجالات التنموية
and thus
والاستثمارية
serve our
ومواجهة
objectives
تحدياتنا
and
المشتركة
interests.
باتت اليوم
Rising
تكتسب
to
أهمية
common
قصوى
challenges is an
وهذا الأمر
important thing
يتطلب
today. We
تعزيز
have
التبادل
to
التجاري
promote
وزيادة
economic
الاستثمارات المشتركة
trade, invest
الأمر
more
الذي من
in
شأنه أن
the
يساعد على تحقيق
areas
مستوى
of
أسرع
common interest in
للنمو
order to
الاقتصادي
achieve
والحد من
greater
مشكلتي
economic
الفقر
rates
والبطالة.
and address the question of poverty
السيد
and
الرئيس السيدات
unemployment.
والسادة
Distinguished
لكي
Speaker,
تنعكس قراراتنا
to make
إيجابيا على
sure
أرض
that
الواقع
our decisions
فلا
have a
يجوز أن
positive
تبقى
impact.
حبيسة
They should
الأدراج
not
في
be
ظل
kept
التحولات
on
الجيوسياسية
the
السريعة
shelves. We have
التي
to make
يشهدها
sure that
العالم
there are practical
والكل
solutions
فيه
to
يبحث من
the
مصالحه
swift changes in the world.
ولهذا
Everyone
فإنني
is
أدعو
looking
المؤتمر
after
إلى
their
تشكيل
interests, and
لجنة
therefore
مهمتها متابعة
I
تنفيذ
would like to
ما
call
نتخذه
on
من
the setting
قرارات
up of a committee
والعمل
that
بذات
ensures
الوقت على وضع
monitoring to our
آليات
decision
تنفيذية
and come
لقراراتنا
up with
تكون مرتبطة
with the
بمدى
mechanisms
الزمني.
that are
إنني
time
أؤكد
bound
ضرورة أن نكون
and
بمستوى طموحات
in order to
وتطلعات
achieve our
شعوبنا
objectives.
في
We have
العمل
to
من
rise
أجل
to
مزيد
the
من التعاون
ambitions of our
المشترك
peoples
بين
and
دولنا
promote greater cooperation
متمنيا
within
أن
our countries.
يحقق مؤتمرنا
And I
الأهداف
hope that
المرجوة منه
our forum
ويشكل انعطافا
will
حقيقيا
achieve
حول الأهداف
its
التي
objectives
نصبو
and
إليها.
serve as a milestone in the achievement of our
سيد
goals.
الرئيس سيدات
Distinguished
والسادة
Speaker,
ونحن
distinguished
نلتقي اليوم
participants,
أنني
as
أذكر
we meet
المجتمع
here today,
الدولي
I'd like to
ومؤسسات
remind
حقوق
the
الإنسان
international community and
والمنظمات
the
الدولية
human rights
التي
institutions
تدافع عن
and
حرية
international
الشعوب وحقها في
organizations
الحياة
and
والكرامة
conferences
أذكره
that defend the
بأنه
rights of
حتى
people
يومنا
to
هذا
dignity.
وجراء
We have to
المجازر
remind them
الوحشية
that
وجرائم الحرب والإبادة
the
الجماعية
butchery and
وسياسة
the
التطهير
slaughter
العرقي
and
التي
the
ترتكبها
ethnic
دولة الاحتلال
cleansing
الإسرائيلي
that is
بحق الشعب
ethnic cleansing
الفلسطيني
policy
في قطاع غزة
perpetrated by the
وحده
occupation
قد تجاوز عدد الشهداء الذين
power
قضوا جراء
authorities
هذا العدوان البشع
against the Palestinian
50,000
people
شهيد
that has led to
وأصيب
more
أكثر
than
من
50,000
100,000
casualties
أغلبهم من
and more
النساء
than
والأطفال
100,000 people
إننا في دول الجنوب
most of them
وانطلاقا من سعينا
countries, most
لتحقيق
of them
الأمن
women
والاستقرار
and
لمجتمعنا
children.
الإنساني
We as countries
ولكافة
of the
شعوبنا
South
ودولنا
work
فإننا مطالبون اليوم أكثر مما مضى
are called
بتوحيد
upon
مواقفنا الرافضة
to pool
للعدوان
our
الإسرائيلي
efforts to reject
والدفع
the
باتجاه وقف
Israeli
حرب الإبادة
aggression and
الجماعية
stop
ومجازر الحرب
the
التي
war and
ترتكبها
the
دولة
butchery
الاحتلال
against
الإسرائيلي
the Palestinian people.
كما أننا
We
مطالبون
are
ومن
also
خلال
called
الجهد
upon
الجماعي
to
بتفعيل
work
تحركاتنا
jointly
على
to
المستويين
make
الدولي
sure that we
والقاري
work at
لكشف
international
حقيقة
and
جرائم
continental
إسرائيل
level
وعدوانها البشع
to
أمام الرأي العام
reveal
العالمي
the
إضافة إلى
massacres
الضغط على المنظمات الحقوقية
perpetrated by
الدولية
Israel. We have to
والأمم
call
المتحدة
on
والمحكمة
human rights
الجنائية الدولية
institutions and the
لتحريك
international
دعاوي قانونية ضد دولة
penal
الاحتلال
courts to
الإسرائيلي
take the necessary
وكافة
measures
الدول
against
والجهات
against
التي تدعمها
Israel
بالسلاح
and
والمال
all the
لمواصلة
parties that
عدوانها
support
البشع على
Israel
الشعب
through
الفلسطيني.
money and through weapons.
إن السلام
We
الذي
have to make
ينشده
sure
عالمنا
that
ما زال
the
مفقودا
peace
وما زال
that we
مجتمعنا
look forward
الإنساني
to
يعاني من الصراعات
can be
والحروب
achieved, but
رغم
unfortunately
المواثيق
today it is
الدولية
still far
الصادرة عن
away
الأمم المتحدة
despite
وحق
the
الشعوب في الحرية
resolutions
والاستقلال
adopted
والحياة
by the
الآمنة
United Nations and the
وهو
right of
اليوم
the people
بحاجة
to
إلى
live in
صحوة
safety and
حقيقية
security.
للضمير الإنساني
We need
صحوة
the
تعيد الأمن
global
والاستقرار
conscience to be awakened
إلى
again
الشعوب
to
المضطهدة
make sure that the
والجائعة
oppressed peoples
والفقيرة
and the poor
وتنهي
peoples
سياسة الاستقطاب والهيمنة
needs can be
وبحاجة إلى
addressed.
قرارات تطبق على
We
أرض
need
الواقع
solutions and
تؤكد بأن
resolutions
فرض
that can be
السلام بالقوة
implemented to make sure
والتهجير القسري
that
هو جريمة
it
حرب
goes to
يجب أن
show
يحاسب
that
مرتكبيها وفق
imposing
القانون الدولي
peace
الإنساني.
through force is a crime
السيد
that should be
الرئيس
punished.
السيدات والسادة
Distinguished
شكرا للمملكة
Speaker, I
المغربية
would like to
الشقيقة
extend my
على
sincere thanks to the
استضافة
Kingdom
مؤتمرنا
of
هذا
Morocco
وعلى
for
كرم
hosting
الضيافة
this
وحسن
forum
الاستقبال
and for the
والشكر
generous
موصول لسعادة
hospitality
الأستاذ
extended to
محمد
us.
ولد
I'd like to
الرشيد
thank Mr.
رئيس مجلس
Mohammed
المستشارين
Ould
في المملكة
Rashid,
المغربية
Speaker of the
رئيس
House of
رابطة
Councillors of the
مجالس
Kingdom of
الشيوخ
Morocco,
والشورى والمجالس
President of the
المماثلة في أفريقيا
Association
والعالم
of
العربي على الجهود
Senate's
التي
Shura and
يبذلها
equivalent
من
councils
أجل النهوض
for the
بالتعاون
efforts
المشترك بين
he's
دولنا
making to promote
لتحقيق أهداف المؤتمر الثالث والعمل على إنجاحه. شكرا لكم وتمنياتي لكم بالتوفيق.
شكرا دولة السيد فيصل الفايز. الكلمة الآن لمعالي السيد كودزوي.
Thank you very much. We will now give the floor to Mr. Kutswe.
Most especially the President of the House of Councillors of Morocco and Chairman of ASECA, His Excellency Mohamed Ould Rashid, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Rashid Darbi Al-Alami, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation, and Moroccan Affairs, the leaders of the other organizations here present, presidents and heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, first, I bring greetings from my president, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the Republic of Nigeria, and I want to particularly extend same to the King of Morocco, His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May Almighty Allah continue to assist him. My dear colleagues, we have come with purpose, with faith, and with fellowship to the ancient and noble land of Morocco, a land whose stones whisper the stories of empires past, whose sands have borne the footprints of scholars, of soldiers and sages, and whose winds will carry the dreams of generations yet unborn. Morocco stands today not merely as a kingdom of the present, but as a bridge between the glories of yesterday and the hopes of tomorrow, between continents once divided and now yearning for unity, between dreams long deferred and a new dawn we are summoned to build together. Therefore, it is with deep gratitude that I salute His Excellency Mohamed Ould Rashid, the Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco and Chairman ASECA, for the warmth and the generosity extended to us since our invitation to this summit, and for the vision that has summoned us here together in the spirit of the Moroccan proverb that says, "One hand cannot clap alone." We recognize this, and it's through the partnership, hospitality, and shared commitment of friends like you that gatherings such as this can find true strength and true purpose. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered under a canopy of great expectations at this third edition of the South-South Parliamentary Dialogue, a forum that is very well timed with wisdom, interregional and continental dialogue in the countries of the South as a fundamental lever to addressing the emerging challenges of international cooperation, achieving peace, achieving security, stability, and common development. It is a clarion call that resonates across the valleys and mountains of our diverse lands. For we, the nations of the South, are beset by storms, economic turbulence, political instability, the rising tide of climate change, food insecurity, that gnaws at the strength of our young, and threats to peace that lurk ever at our borders. But I declare to you today, no nation, however mighty in its resolve, can master these trials alone. Only in the fellowship of shared burdens and common dreams shall we find our deliverance. And we have come here as the representatives of our peoples to fuse the dreams of our people into a weapon for change. Throughout the annals of human struggle, history teaches us this immutable truth, that great obstacles, no matter how fearsome, fail not to isolated efforts, but they fall to united endeavors. It was not by the goodwill of its architects that appetite crumbled in South Africa. No, it was by the persistent faith of the oppressed, the relentless marching of faith of the friends of South Africa, the unyielding chorus of arson that walked around the towering walls of injustice until, like the old wall of Jericho, those walls came thundering down. In the same spirit, there stands no fortress of difficulty before us today, whether economic, political, or social, that we cannot bring to ruin by the power of our faith, our unity, and our determination together. We meet here today not merely to exchange words, but to forge weapons of ideas, of solidarity, of bold policies, and brave cooperation. Morocco, my dear friends, offers us more than hospitality. It offers us a symbol of a fulcrum upon which we may turn the heavy wheels of history around. Let Rabat, with its long corridors of diplomacy and memory, be the place where we declare a new era, an era where the global South moves from the margins to the mainstream of world politics. An African proverb reminds us that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. It is together that we shall march forward. It is together that we shall overcome all the challenges that the global South faces today. Nigeria stands very proudly in solidarity with the goals of this forum. Through ECOWAS and of AFTAC, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and now this South-South Parliamentary Dialogue, we have glimpsed the strength born out of integration, the power sparked by dialogue, and the hopes fanned by our shared cooperation. We have achieved much more through history with nothing but cooperation. The story of the South is not yet finished, and I dare say these chapters are just beginning. Let us resolve here and now that this forum shall not dissolve into memories as a symposium of very pleasant speeches. No, let it be remembered that at this hour, when the representatives of the South roll up their sleeves, join hands across the oceans, and lead the torch of common development, that no darkness that cannot be extinguished. Let this gathering birth action. Let it ignite hope. Let it shake the foundations of our party. Let us build as builders, no monument to our glory, but bridges for generations yet unborn. Let it be said of us that in the chronicles of tomorrow, that when the history beckoned, we did not falter. When the moment demanded courage, we stood as one. When the world doubted the strength of the global South, we proved that unity, forged in purpose, is a force that no power on earth can defeat. The Nigerian Senate stands in solidarity with this forum, and we bring greetings also from the Federal Republic of Nigeria and its people, and our commitment to do everything possible to achieve the goals of this forum. May Almighty Allah assist us as we move forward. Thank you for listening to me, and may God bless all of us.
شكرا معالي السيد قدوي.
Merci beaucoup.
I thank you, the chair of these proceedings. Good morning. Let me start by recognizing His Majesty King Mohammed VI of the Kingdom of Morocco in absentia. Honorable Mohammed Ould El-Rashid, President of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, who is also the President of ASECA. Excellency, Honorable Rashid Taubi El-Alami, President of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco. Honorable Nasser Bourita, Minister of Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation and Moroccan expatriates. Honorable Mustafa Baitas, Minister Delegate to the Head of Government in charge of relations with the Parliament, and government, and also government spokesman. The two vice presidents in this room, actually three vice presidents in this room of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Habib, Dr. Habib, Honorable Lucia Passos, and Honorable Jida. My own president of the parliament to which I belong at home in Zimbabwe, Mebo Memory Chinomona, the President of the Senate of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Excellencies, Presidents of regional and national parliaments present here, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. I represent the Parliament of Africa, the African Union Parliament, which is called Pan-African Parliament. The AU headquarters, as you know, is in Addis Ababa, but the Continental Parliament of Africa sits in South Africa. And I'm here with three vice presidents that I've mentioned. Excellencies, heads of various parliamentary institutions, regional, national, continental, at various levels. May I express my gratitude first to the President of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, also President for ASECA, Honorable Ould El-Rashid, for extending an invitation to the Pan-African Parliament to attend this critically important South-South parliamentary dialogue, which is being held under the theme Interregional and intercontinental dialogues in the countries of the South, an essential lever for meeting the new challenges of international cooperation and achieving peace, security, stability, and shared development. As Pan-African Parliament, we are here because the theme resonates with the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. The mandate of PAP you find in the protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament by the African Union, that in the code says the Pan-African Parliament is established to ensure the full participation of the African peoples in the economic development and integration of the continent. I want to repeat, the Pan-African Parliament was established to ensure the full participation of the African peoples in the economic development and integration of the continent. And this conference theme talks about integration. So we are at the right place. It also talks of shared development. Again, we are at the right place. It was development of our agenda. And we are here to share with you what the AU is doing. And also emphasize the point that when we talk of integration, economic development, shared development, I'm reminded of my president, His Excellency Dr. Idi Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe. He is always reminding us of a mantra that when you talk of development, no area and no people should be left behind. And it is the duty of parliaments as a voice of the people to ensure that no people are left behind, no area is left behind, no region, no continent is left behind. Africa itself should not be left behind, or Middle East should not be left behind. But of course, the reality on the ground is somewhat a bit different. And just to say, apart from what I've said, our mandate as Pan-African Parliament includes all the thematic areas of this conference. So apart from economic development and integration, the protocol establishing Pan-African Parliament says Pan-African Parliament should promote peace, security, and stability. Pan-African Parliament should facilitate cooperation and development in Africa. Pan-African Parliament should strengthen continental solidarity and build a sense of common destiny among the peoples of Africa, including a common economic recovery strategy. That's within our mandate. In Article 3, in the protocol says, PAP should facilitate cooperation among regional economic communities and their parliamentary fora. So all these functions of PAP resonate with the theme and mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. Now, as we talk of integration, as we talk of peace and security, stability, as we talk of artificial intelligence, I think we should remind ourselves that as a continent or the global south, we still have issues that yearn for our attention as parliamentarians, as parliaments, and more so with the big brother of parliamentary chambers, which is the Senate, the upper house, the Shura councils. We have a lot of challenges. And I want to remind you that issues of insecurity, food insecurity, malnutrition, resurgence of conflicts in unconstitutional changes of government, the issue of terrorism and violent extremism, the issue of refugees, energy insecurity, and after COVID now, we have poverty issues, unemployment, youth issues, illicit financial frauds, and also the need to have consistent legislative frameworks, the issues of drug abuse, human trafficking, and the issues of trade within the continent, which is not quite thriving. Let me start with the importance of this meeting, ASECA. ASECA, as I say, is the big brother of parliaments. We are the ones who scrutinize the lower house. We look at whether good laws, whether good business, whether the country is running well at a higher level. And the questions of accountability, we are the ones who do the final accountability. We are the wisdom. We are the bastion of the wisdom that should advise the executive properly and correctly. So let's be proactive as superior senior chambers. Let's be proactive. Are we sure that all the pronouncements about environment for integration, do we have the proper legislative frameworks for integration? Mr. President of the Upper Parliament Chamber of Morocco, are we sure that when you say integration, what is our role as a parliament in integration? And are we playing that role, which is, are we sure that we do have legislative instruments that promote integration? And that environment that promotes integration. We have the opportunity now, for example, in Africa, we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which has been ratified by almost all countries except maybe 2. So the ratification process is over. The new challenge now is, do we have the trade regime, tariffs regimes that are conducive to integration? Even across Africa, outside Africa, yes, among ourselves, but when others from the Middle East, others from North America and all over the world, are we sure that we have good legislative frameworks that promote? And that's what we should be discussing as Parliament. Our role is to ensure we have the right environment legally. And also, we should also look at the issues of transportation, movement of goods, movement of the people. You all know that to come to Morocco, some of us, you fly outside Africa first, and then you fly back to Africa. It's common in most regions. And as parliaments, we should remind the executive that we cannot continue in that fashion. We should have well-integrated transport systems, air, rail, road, in order to achieve our integration agenda. But the issues of human movement, because we are talking of integration, it's not only goods and services that move. People move with the goods and services. The visa regimes across the world, within Africa, Africa and the Middle East, Africa and Latin America, it's not easy to get a visa. Whilst in Europe, they've moved very fast. They've moved very far with their Schengen. Why don't we do the same? The African Union has introduced an African Union passport. I'm aware that this passport has not been issued to the majority of citizens. They have no access to that passport. And even those who carry the African Union passport, there are a number of countries in Africa who do not recognize that same passport, which is the African Union passport. So we need to, as a parliament, we need to remind our executive that let's walk the talk. We talk but we don't quite get there. And then when we talk of technology, artificial intelligence, are we sure as parliaments that our laws themselves promote the thriving of artificial intelligence in our own environments? Or we still have environments that do not promote such an environment? I should state that if we integrate, for example in Africa, if we were to integrate properly, there would be enormous benefits to our people in terms of employment, in terms of other opportunities. And just to remind you that it is envisaged that once we integrate and increase intra-African trade, we increase trade in Africa by 52.3%. And that the World Bank estimates that the AFCTA will increase Africa's income by over 450 billion by the year 2035. What are parliaments doing to push that agenda? In that there will be an increase in intra-African exports by 81%, and that the economy's GDP growth on average for the whole continent will be about 32% benefit. So I think it's our challenge, a real challenge for us as Parliament, to ensure that we work, we do our part, which is more of the laws that harmonize tariffs, the laws that harmonize easy movement of goods and the people, so that this thrives. Now, coming back to the issue of movement of people and goods, some countries have no access to ports. They are landlocked. So those that have access to ports should also promote and ensure that they create the corridors, if we are to integrate fully, corridors for those that are landlocked. And on this note, I want to commend the Atlantic Initiative, was called the Atlantic Initiative, which was proposed by Morocco in 2023. And this initiative benefits Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Chad. And it will then transform regional integration and share prosperity by allowing access by these countries to ports for countries in the Sahel and Atlantic Africa. We also have the Trans-Sahara Highway, which the UNECA, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the African Union, the Islamic Development Bank, and the African Development Bank, who are supporting this initiative. And again, there will be a highway from Algeria to Lagos, and also benefiting countries like Niger, Mali, Chad, and others. My point is, let's walk the talk. And we, as the upper houses, they are called their senates, councils, or councillors, by various names. We are the upper. If we were the upper, means we review better. We have a sharper eye which goes deeper. And we should be counted also that we are doing something that add value. Finally, I want to say integration also is more economic trade and everything, but social integration is important through culture and others, and sports integration. On that note, may I say best wishes to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, and the people of Morocco in hosting the African Cup of Nations finals 21 December 2025 to 18 January 2026. And also, congratulations that Morocco will host the 2030 World Cup. Now, I then close by challenging myself as the head of a continental parliament and yourselves that when we say conflicts on the continent, indeed, they block, impede development and integration. We can't have integration if there's war everywhere, if there's insecurity everywhere. We can't integrate. So the issue of resolving conflicts and ensure that there's free movement across the continent without insecurity is imperative. And what do parliaments do? In the past, long time ago, the issue of security or conflict resolution was a monopoly of the executive. The parliaments will sit and say, look, this is for the executive. But there is a new phenomenon that you are all aware of, which is called parliamentary democracy. Parliamentary diplomacy. It's a new phenomenon, and it's being very effective, parliamentary diplomacy, where parliaments, heads of parliaments also say, okay, DRC and Rwanda are fighting. The heads of parliaments in Rwanda and in DRC seek also to meet and say, how can we also assist as parliaments? These wars are taking place in constituencies where our parliamentarians come from. How can we use our parliamentarians, heads of parliaments, Senate, and other structures also to be a party to try and resolve these conflicts? It works, and it can work. Why don't we include the wise people of the Senate? Well, the Senate is led by wise people. The African Union has something called the panel of the wise. Whenever there is conflict, they send some of those members of the panel of the wise to wherever, to DRC, wherever, to Sudan, to South Sudan. Parliaments cannot remain bystanders on this topic. Parliament should now insist that under parliamentary diplomacy, we should see presidents of senates, we should see deputy, also being part of these initiatives. Sometimes it will work better because parliaments are not fighting. Sometimes the people that are fighting are not necessarily part of parliaments. And on this note, Mr. President, I thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank for this invitation. I thank you very much.
شكرا لكم معالي.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Honorable Speaker, now we'll give the floor to Mr. Evrain Hossi Yadasapia, Speaker of the Chamber of Representatives from Colombia. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank in particular His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, and I would like to thank him for his hospitality. I would also like to thank Mr. Mohammed Rashid, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, and President of Africa as well. Thank you for the great organization of this event. Mr. Rashid Al-Alami, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco. Monsieur Fouad Yazor, Directeur général en charge de la politique internationale du ministère des Affaires étrangères et de la coopération avec l'Afrique et des cooperation with Africa and Moroccan residents abroad. Mr. Nasser Bourita, Minister of Foreign Affairs of African Cooperation and Moroccans residing abroad. Mr. Moussifa Baita, Minister Delegate in charge of relations between Parliament and spokesman of the government. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, dear
parlementaires qui nous
presidents and
accompagnez
parliamentarians
aujourd'hui,
who are
vous qui
with
venez
us
de
today.
différentes régions
You
et
have
continents,
come
qui venez
from several
participer
regions
au
and
forum
continents, and
dialogue
you're taking
parlementaire
part in the
Sud-Sud. C'est un honneur de pouvoir partager avec vous cet
interparliamentary
espace.
dialogue. It's a
Ce
pleasure
moment.
to
Alors,
share
je
this
suis également
platform
accompagnée
with
de
you,
membres de la
and I
société
have
civile et
with
de
me
la presse. Je
members of
tiens
civil
à les
society and the press.
remercier.
I would like to thank them as well.
Comme je vous le disais, c'est pour
As
moi
I was
un
saying,
honneur,
for me,
en ma
it's an
qualité de
honor
président du
as
Congrès de la Colombie et en tant
President of
que
the Congress
premier
of Colombia
vice-président
and first
de
vice
l'organisation
president
des
of the
démocrates
organization
chrétiennes de la Colombie,
of
la OTCA, d'assister
Christian
à
democracy in
cette
Colombia.
rencontre qui me permet d'être
It's a
aujourd'hui parmi
pleasure
vous
to
à
attend
Rabat
this
dans le cadre
gathering
de ce dialogue
that's bringing me
interrégional et
here to Rabat
intercontinental.
as part of this interregional
Surtout
intercontinental
que,
dialogue.
avec mes collègues parlementaires,
la responsabilidad que tenemos en la promoción de paz, seguridad, estabilidad, desarrollo conjunto y cooperación internacional. Respaldamos la celebración de este foro y su importancia para fortalecer los lazos de amistad y cooperación entre las naciones del sur.
entre les nations du Sud, mais aussi favoriser le développement économique, technologique et industriel de nos régions respectives.
Al medio ambiente y poniendo
Respecting the environment and highlighting the need
la paix basée
for
sur le
peace
dialogue
based
et
on
par conséquent
dialogue
le
and
renforcement des droits de
consequently
l'homme. Les défis
strengthening human
politiques
rights. The political challenges
sociopolitiques
or
actuels
socio-political
nous
challenges
obligent
that we're currently
à
facing
renforcer
are
justement le dialogue
forcing
et
us
ces
to
espaces
strengthen dialogue
pour
and
participer de
these
façon
forums
proactive
to
et ainsi
proactively take part
atteindre nos
and
objectifs communs.
achieve our shared objectives.
Nous parlons de nouveaux défis tels que la
We're talking
transition
about new
énergétique,
challenges like the
bien
energy
entendu,
transition.
sans
And
oublier l'exploitation minière ou
there's
énergétique comme ce qui se passe
mining
malheureusement encore en Colombie. Ceci étant
still
dit, je
going on in
saisis
Colombia,
l'opportunité
unfortunately.
que
I
vous
would
m'avez
like to
donnée
take
pour
this opportunity
vous dire que le Parlement
to tell
de la
you that
Colombie
the
soutient le
Parliament of
Maroc
Colombia
dans
supports
ses
Morocco
efforts
in
et
its
dans
efforts
sa proposition pour le Sahara
and
et en
proposal
désaccord
for
avec
the
la position
Sahara.
qui a été adoptée par le
And,
gouvernement de la Colombie. Elle rejette
It
catégoriquement aussi
rejects the position
l'établissement
of the
de
government
relations
of Colombia as
diplomatiques
well as the establishment of
avec le
ties
mouvement
with
séparatiste
the
du
separatist
Polisario
movement of
et
Polisario
l'autoproclamée République Sahraoui
and the
démocratique.
autoproclaimed Sahrawi
Et
Democratic Republic.
aussi la présence en Colombie de son supposé ambassadeur. En
And the
tant que
presence in
président du
Colombia
Congrès
of
de
its
la République de la Colombie, je rejette
ambassador.
la mauvaise décision prise par le gouvernement national qui ne représente en rien la posture des Colombiens vis-à-vis du Maroc. Et je répète notre position ferme et celle du respect de la souveraineté et de l'intégrité territoriale du Royaume du Maroc. En tant que preuve, nous avons envoyé une lettre au gouvernement en exprimant notre désaccord vis-à-vis de la décision qui a été prise. Mais aussi, nous avons adopté à 2 reprises, avec plus des 2/3 des membres du Sénat de la République, les motions d'appui au Royaume du Maroc et à son intégrité territoriale. Nous avons également créé le groupe d'amitié avec le Maroc et plusieurs autres pays dans le Sénat de la République, et nous espérons par là renforcer notre décision et avoir des alliances stratégiques entre parlements, comme je vous le disais, dans le but d'améliorer la qualité de vie de nos citoyens et le développement du Sud. Ce que je tiens à transmettre au Maroc, au Royaume du Maroc, c'est que, au niveau des instances parlementaires, nous allons continuer à exercer toutes nos facultés constitutionnelles pour ainsi assurer la souveraineté territoriale de notre allié, le Royaume du Maroc. Nous sommes profondément touchés par la triste crise diplomatique latente et son impact négatif sur la coopération entre nos deux pays et aussi sur les accords qui étaient en cours dans des secteurs importants pour la Colombie comme l'agriculture, l'énergie, les énergies renouvelables, le secteur portuaire, les voies ferroviaires et le tourisme.
Il est important de rappeler que le Royaume du Maroc est l'un des principaux partenaires de la Colombie en Afrique et que les relations entre nos deux pays dans l'échange de biens continuent de croître jour après jour. Nous exportons vers le Royaume du Maroc du café, du charbon, des fleurs et des fruits, entre autres, et nous importons des phosphates, des produits chimiques et textiles, entre autres, qui sont produits au Maroc. C'est un échange commercial qu'il faut continuer à promouvoir et favoriser entre nos nations et les nations sud-sud. Pour finir, je tiens à exprimer ma reconnaissance à Valida Loudaya, Madame l'ambassadrice, pour son travail pour la Colombie et pour la région pendant plus de 9 ans. Son effort pour approfondir la relation bilatérale entre la Colombie et le Royaume du Maroc est exceptionnel, tout comme ses efforts pour rapprocher l'Afrique et la Colombie dans les domaines culturels et économiques. Merci beaucoup.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention.
مصر العربية ليتفضل مشكور.
سعادة الرئيس بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Vos Excellences, Votre Excellence, Monsieur Mohamed Ould Rachid, qui est le président de la Chambre des conseillers du Royaume du Maroc, cher président de différentes délégations parlementaires du monde arabe, Vos Excellences, chers invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, les différents représentants des chambres de conseillers et des chambres similaires, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est un réel plaisir pour moi de partager avec vous aujourd'hui, dans le cadre de la 3e édition du Forum de dialogue Sud-Sud, qui a été organisé avec les conditions et les circonstances actuelles auxquelles nous faisons face. Donc, les dialogues interrégionaux et intercontinentaux entre les pays du Sud-Sud pour faire face aux différents défis, pour plus de coopération internationale et pour réaliser plus de faits de sécurité et de développement commun. Au nom de l'Égypte, j'aimerais remercier et présenter tout mon respect au Royaume du Maroc pour son hospitalité et son accueil et aux différentes chambres de conseillers, au Majlis de Shura, pour leur échange dans l'organisation de ce forum qui est très important. Mesdames et Messieurs, la République de l'Égypte croit énormément au fait que la coopération entre les pays sud-sud n'est plus un choix, mais c'est devenu impératif en tenant compte des différents défis auxquels nous faisons face aujourd'hui dans notre monde contemporain, que ce soit en rapport au changement climatique, aux conflits et aussi aux différentes incertitudes. Nous voulons encore une fois souligner l'importance de cette coopération sud-sud qui peut nous permettre de respecter le cadre réglementaire international et la loi internationale des droits de l'homme, qui est d'ailleurs énormément bafouée dans la région du Moyen-Orient à travers l'Israël et son génocide contre le peuple palestinien. Et dont il y a plusieurs victimes, et là on parle de 50 000 personnes innocentes, parmi eux des blessés, des femmes et des jeunes enfants. Et plus de 2 millions de personnes déplacées de leur terre. Et donc, à partir de cela, j'aimerais encore une fois souligner l'importance de pouvoir atteindre plus de sécurité et de paix dans nos terres, et que cette paix aussi soit établie suite à la demande et la volonté des populations pour mettre en place des pays indépendants et souverains, et pour résoudre aussi le problème et le conflit entre les deux pays. Mesdames et messieurs, la coopération entre les pays sud-sud n'est pas seulement le fruit de ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, mais c'est le fruit en fait de plusieurs années de travail et de coopération entre les peuples. Nous avons d'ailleurs travaillé sur cela depuis plus de 6 décennies après Jamal Abdel Nasser et aussi les deux autres leaders. Et donc c'était un moment historique qui nous a permis de déclarer que les pays sud-sud sont en mesure de travailler sur leur propre destinée et de construire leur futur prometteur ensemble. Donc à partir de cela, nous témoignons aujourd'hui et suite, bien sûr, aux différentes éditions de ces forums, notamment la première et la deuxième édition, que nous souhaitons tous travailler sur la complémentarité, de mettre en place une coopération entre nos régions et le continent à travers des mécanismes parlementaires et des stratégies économiques qui vont permettre plus de coopération et qui vont permettre plus d'indépendance dans notre développement commun. Et dans ce cadre-là, l'Égypte a travaillé sur l'expansion du partenariat sud-sud, que ce soit à travers la coopération triangulaire ou à travers aussi le développement dans plusieurs pays africains et arabes. Et ceci à partir de la volonté de l'Égypte à travailler sur tout ce qui se rapporte aux pays sud-sud, à travers aussi l'intelligence artificielle pour le développement industriel dans les pays sud-sud qui représentent une priorité pour la République de l'Égypte, sachant que c'est un moyen pour nous de travailler sur un futur prometteur où nous avons plus d'innovation et de digitalisation et où la révolution industrielle n'est plus seulement elle n'est plus un choix, mais plutôt une nécessité. Donc, essayer aussi de renforcer les capacités des jeunes dans la transformation digitale, la digitalisation et l'entrepreneuriat pour leur montrer que la technologie n'est pas la priorité seulement des pays du Nord, mais c'est aussi un pilier pour les pays du Sud. Et durant cette transformation digitale, il y a eu un rapport qui a été émis par le Conseil des Chouyours en Égypte et qui en fait personnalise, qui plutôt explique et revêt de l'importance de mettre en place des solutions concrètes. Et ce rapport-là a établi une analyse sur la transformation digitale et les différentes applications de l'intelligence artificielle et tout ce qui peut en résulter de manière radicale, ce qui peut bien sûr nécessiter une restructuration. L'étude aussi a mis en place un ensemble de recommandations qui vont permettre aux jeunes Égyptiens d'avoir un avenir prometteur et de bénéficier dans le futur de plus de sécurité, de paix et d'égalité en termes d'accès aux opportunités. Le président de la République a même constitué un comité pour faire une étude beaucoup plus approfondie des différents défis auxquels nous faisons face en considérant cette cause comme étant une cause régionale. Et l'importance de ces recommandations, c'est de mettre en place des jalons de travail qui sont bien coordonnés entre les différentes organisations pour les traduire en politique exécutive et qui va refléter les décisions prises par la République de l'Égypte pour donner un appui continu à travers bien sûr l'intelligence artificielle et à l'échelle internationale. Mesdames et messieurs, ce forum ne représente pas seulement un forum de dialogue des pays sud-sud, mais il est là pour nous rappeler que les parlements ne sont pas seulement des institutions exécutives et juridiques, mais elles sont aussi la voix des peuples. C'est ce qui permet d'avoir plus de stabilité et c'est ce qui donne une certaine complémentarité politique et économique. Donc, je suis venue bien sûr avec cette lettre de la part du Majlis of Shuyukh de l'Égypte pour vous dire et encore une fois souligner l'importance des parlements dans l'amélioration et la mise en place de mécanismes de coopération entre les pays sud-sud, dont l'échange de savoir-faire et d'expertise et la mise en application ou plutôt l'activation de plusieurs lois en vigueur. Donc encore une fois, nous aimerions exprimer notre gratitude au Royaume du Maroc et je suis très heureux de faire partie de ce forum avec le reste des pays, sachant bien sûr que toutes les recommandations qui seront émises suite à ce forum vont être une étape ou un avancement dans la coopération sud-sud et où les parlements auront un rôle de leader dans la mise en place d'un futur beaucoup plus prometteur, sécuritaire et stable pour nos populations respectives. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Monsieur le Président, maintenant, je passe la parole.
السيدة ليندوي داليمي
Oui, Dalimini, présidente du Parlement, de la Chambre haute pour le Swatini.
Your Excellency Mohammed Ould El-Rashid, the Chairman of ASECA and Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Your Excellency Rashid Talbi El-Alami, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, Your Excellency Ambassador Director General of International Political Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Fouad Yazo, Ministers present, Your Excellency, Speakers and Heads of Delegations, ASECA Secretary General, His Excellency Abdulawaisi Yusuf Ali and the Secretariat, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Fortune Charambira and his deputies, distinguished ambassadors and distinguished parliamentarians and observers from Africa, Arab, and Latin America, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. May Almighty God bless His Majesty King Mohammed VI with good health, long life, and prosperity. I'd like to extend special gratitude to our host, the ASECA Chairman and Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Excellency Mohammed Ould El-Rashid, and the Parliament of Morocco for legendary hospitality extended to me and my delegation since our arrival in the beautiful Kingdom of Morocco. We bring best wishes from His Majesty King Mswati III and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I also take this opportunity to congratulate you, Your Excellency Mohammed Walid Rashid, as Speaker of the House of Councillors, and wish you success in your prestigious role. It is with great honor and deep appreciation that I stand before you at this ASECA forum, one dedicated to fostering meaningful dialogue among nations and underscores the profound importance of intercontinental cooperation in addressing our shared challenges. In an era marked by geopolitical shifts, evolving security concerns, and economic uncertainties, our nations must unite to chart a course towards sustainable development, peace, and stability. Dialogue among the nations of the Global South is not merely an avenue of exchange, but a powerful lever for action. The history of the Global South is one of resilience. We have navigated post-colonial transformations, economic disparities, and global crises with determination. However, we now face new realities: climate vulnerabilities, technological revolutions, and shifting global trade patterns. These require adaptable, collaborative, and forward-thinking strategies, and it is through forums such as this that we can collectively rise to the occasion. Peace and security remain the foundation upon which prosperity is built. Political instability anywhere within our collective sphere disrupts the socio-economic progress of all. We must therefore strengthen our parliamentary diplomacy, deepen policy harmonization, and ensure our legislative frameworks align with the principles of inclusivity, justice, and mutual respect. Excellencies, intercontinental cooperation must also prioritize trade and investment. The emergence of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is a defining moment for our continent. It signals the necessity of seamless economic integration between Africa and the wider Global South. By enhancing trade networks, infrastructure development, and technological exchange, we pave the way for a thriving interconnected economy that benefits all our peoples. Moreover, as legislators, we bear the responsibility of shaping progressive policies that support sustainable development. Our deliberations must include strategies for education, health, environmental preservation, and digital transformation. A united Global South must embrace innovation, cultivate homegrown solutions, and foster self-reliance. I urge each of us to use the ASECA platform not only as a space for discussion, but also as a springboard for action. Let us forge new partnerships, reinforce existing commitments, and champion policies that uplift our communities. Let our voices be united, assertive, and resolute in shaping a future where peace, security, and stability are not aspirations, but realities. I congratulate the chairman of ASECA, who is the Speaker of the House of Councillors, and the ASECA Secretariat for a well-organized meeting. On behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini, under the wise leadership of His Majesty King Mswati III, I reaffirm our commitment to the ideals of solidarity, cooperation, and collective progress. Let us move forward together with vision, determination, and an unwavering commitment for prosperity of our nations. I wish us all a fruitful deliberations in the next 2 days, and thank you for your kind attention.
شكرا لكم علي سيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much, distinguished speaker. I now give the floor to Mr. Ali Koloto Chame, Speaker of the Parliament in Chad and President of the African Parliaments. Your Excellencies, Your Excellency, Mr. Mohammed al-Rashid, Old al-Rashid, Speaker of the House of Councillors in the Sharifian Kingdom of Morocco, distinguished Rashid Talbi, Speaker of the House of Representatives, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Diplomatic Corps in the Kingdom of Morocco, distinguished speakers and representatives of African parliaments and parliaments from the Arab world, the Caribbean, Latin America, and Asia, distinguished representatives of member states, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, on behalf of my delegation and on my own behalf, to express to His Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Councillors in the Sharifian Kingdom of Morocco, and through him to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, King of the Kingdom of Morocco, and the Moroccan people, express my sincere gratitude for the warm welcome extended to us since we set foot in this country, in keeping with the long-standing tradition and culture here in Morocco, in this sister nation, Morocco. We have chosen this charming capital of Rabat to host our proceedings, and this is not a haphazard choice. It is the result of a precise examination of the experience of this country, the wealth of this city as well. Its proclamation in 2022 as strategic capital for South-South cooperation is quite logical and a judicious one in light of the crises affecting the world and the consequences they have for our African countries, our countries in the Arab world, in the Caribbean, Latin America, and the effect that it has on growing violence and tensions in the world. The South-South Parliamentary Forum is a platform for building a new order that is based on justice, solidarity, and interdependence between our countries. Whether we're talking about security or peace, or the growing deterioration of trade terms and the consequences they have on development. So this forum gives us an opportunity and a platform for the exchange of practices and experiences and the actions to be undertaken to promote South-South cooperation and make it a model for the struggle against poverty and for the achievement of well-being for our countries. Distinguished participants, our presence among us is a reflection of the need to strengthen the inevitable cooperation that has to be promoted at sub-regional level, regional and continental level, especially in the economic, social, cultural, and scientific areas and technical areas, in order to help us achieve our common objectives. My country, Chad, member of the CEMAC and of CAC for this, and the SINSAD, of the African Union and of the African Parliamentary Union and other regional and sub-regional organizations, will make the most of all opportunities that are offered to it to make the most of the experience of the countries of the South that have already achieved a lot in many domains under the guidance, enlightened guidance of Marshal Mohammed Déby Itno, President of the Republic of Chad and Head of State. Chad is committed to its sovereignty as well as to sovereignty and that of Africa, and His Excellency has always promoted South-South cooperation and a win-win approach. The societal projects for which His Excellency was elected take into consideration the development challenges at national level and the issues that are of interest to African peoples, distinguished participants. In addition to the economic challenges faced, our countries have to rise to the challenges and stakes involved in peace, in the achievement of peace, so that we can achieve concord among all Africans. It is only through that measure that we can give the world the proof that South-South cooperation, responsible South-South cooperation exists, that stability exists, and that we are committed to the prosperity of our peoples. It is in keeping with that spirit that we seek to promote peace, solidarity, and economic and social development. That should be the main goals of the South-South Parliamentary Forum. Before concluding my remarks, distinguished colleagues and friends, I am heading a delegation of the African Parliamentary Union, and I am the president or the speaker of the Chad National Assembly. I'd like to convey to you the greetings and thanks of the head of state of Chad for the various contributions that you have made. All the countries of the South, through you, parliamentarians, all contributions made for the good conduct of the transition in Chad. Today, Chad has a new constitution that consecrates a new republic. We have a new elected president. We have a bicameral parliament, and its members are elected. We have the provincial council, and its members are also elected. And we have communal councils. The Chad is resolutely committed to peace, security, and development. Distinguished colleagues, I request each and every one of you, I request all the countries of the South, through the parliamentarians representing the countries of the South, to support our country and its developments. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. The floor is now to Mr. Andrónico Rodríguez Ledesma, President of the Senate of the plurinational state of Bolivia. Thank you very much. I would like to hail Mr. Oud Rashid, President of the Chamber of Representatives of Morocco and President of the ASECA. I would also like to salute Mr. Fouad, Director of International Policy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation and Moroccan Expatriates of Morocco. I would also like to salute the President of the Presidents of Latin America. It is an honor for me as President of Senate of the plurinational state of Bolivia to be amongst us, to be amongst you. Bolivia is an essential country in South America, and it is important to partake in such events between global South countries in a world that is ever more interconnected. Cooperation in this context is the only way to address the global challenges that we are confronted with, be they climate change or geopolitical upheaval. It is therefore crucial that we focus on the challenges that confront each of our countries. It is just as important to reaffirm the importance of South-South cooperation and highlight how global South countries can and must work together to achieve common objectives. In Bolivia, with the new constitution of 2009, we rose to the historical challenge of collectively creating a plurinational country towards a productive, democratic, and participatory Bolivia, where all Bolivians, men and women, can achieve happiness and well-being and enjoy a new paradigm of development. In line with our responsibilities as head of the Senate, we are currently designing a legislative agenda based on 5 strategic pillars: environment, change, climate change, social protection, constitutional development, institutional development, and technology. We are also working on a common agenda with the regional authorities in coordination with parliamentary representatives from across Latin America. We are therefore delighted to express our congratulations to the representative of Chile on their initiatives to provide proper documentation to our citizens, as borders can no longer represent obstacles. This proposal, this issue, seeks to create more economic, cultural, and social opportunities based on diversity, the modernization of the production tools, the generalization of employment, and a better redistribution of revenue towards the eradication of poverty. The guarantee of citizens' rights and the protection of land rights will only be possible through political dialogue. And in this regard, the exchange of experience and lessons learned is crucial, especially among global South countries, which is why we would like to highlight the importance of Parliament's participation to South-South cooperation. We can play a key role in the promulgation of law and encouraging peace, social justice, and global participation. To this end, it is important that we strengthen South-South cooperation with the support of the Kingdom of Morocco. Thanks to this exchange of experience and knowledge, we can encourage the fruitful trade, as well as strengthen institutional capacities so as to improve international management and cooperation, address together natural catastrophes as well as climate change. Clearly, South-South cooperation is a key instrument for social justice and equality of rights in the wake of conservative forces threatening democracy. I would like to finally express my deep gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco for this event. We are sure it will contribute to strengthen cooperation between Global South countries and promote a more prosperous and more Pacific future for the countries of Latin America and the Arab world. We also like to highlight, as we mentioned with the President of the Andean Parliament, how Morocco is becoming the epicenter of parliamentary diplomacy, and is playing a key role on the global stage. We would therefore like to thank the President of the Chamber of Councillors of Morocco and of the SECA, and we hope that this forum will play a key role in providing all our countries with a brighter future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Alfredo Pacheco. Mr. Gustavo Pacheco Villar, President of the Andean Parliament. Honorable President of the Chambers of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Mohamed Ould Rashid. Honorable Presidents of the Parliaments of Africa, Latin America and Caribbeans, Asian countries, and Arab countries. In the name of God, the most graceful and the most generous, I would like to salute you very warmly. In this very building, 1 month ago, all of the Andean Parliament was invited. All of it, and all of its members were invited. As the President of the Bolivia has said, we are sitting here today in the world capital of parliamentary diplomacy, and through our collective efforts we can work together towards our common goals. Since 1986, I've been coming to Morocco. I actually met His Majesty King Hassan II, who granted me an award. Morocco has become once again a mountain, as it always was. The University of Fez is the oldest university in the world. It was created in 1869 by 2 women. The role of women has been crucial throughout history, as we can see in Fez. So thank you very much for inviting us. I see here a number of high-profile colleagues from Latin America, as well as the Vice President Abdel Salama, a true brother. You can count on this Moroccan diplomatic team. As presidents have been said, since we've arrived on the Moroccan soil, we have been blessed. A good friend Hassan Nasrallah, it's his birthday today, and from Latin America, we sent him our heart to all those who welcomed us at the airport and the extremely large team of diplomacy, the Chancellor in charge of parliamentary diplomacy here in Morocco. Moroccan diplomacy spreads its wings across the world. This morning, I attentively listened to the different presidents, and much has been said how this is the century of the South, of the global South. History is being written in these very halls. In this way, the president of the Chamber of Councillors spoke of digital economy, of South-South cooperation. The time has come for Africa to take center stage. We are all humans, and our origins are in Africa. As Catholics, we must elect a new pope, and we have an African candidate. And God, in his infinite wisdom, knows if we will see the first African pope. In 2030, the Kingdom of Morocco will be hosting the Football World Cup, and as part of its full sovereignty, Morocco is making great strides in progressing towards economic wealth. In full respect of its sovereignty, these questions will be addressed when, despite countries selling weapons across the Latin America or Caribbeans, we aim to be a continent of peace. Thanks to God, we have no wars in Latin America or the Caribbean. This South-South cooperation, to conclude, must give thanks to the Kingdom of Morocco and our brothers and sisters here. We must continue our common endeavor and remain united on this South-South path. We must applaud such efforts with both hands. Mr. President Ould Rashid, President of all the planet, we must remain united to the final victory. May God welcome us. When the paradise opens its gates, Africa will be a continent of fraternity.
شكرا معالي الرئيس. الكلمة الآن لمعالي السيدة تيريزا إيفو أسانكونو رئيسة مجلس
de la Chambre des conseillers de la Guinée équatoriale.
Honorable Señor Mohamed Ould
Monsieur Mohamed Ould Rashid, président de la Chambre des conseillers du Royaume du Maroc et président en fonction de l'Association des Sénats, du Conseil de la Shura, des conseils similaires de l'Afrique et du monde arabe. Son Excellence, Messieurs les présidents des Sénats, Shura et conseils similaires, Son Excellence, les chefs de délégation, Excellences, Messieurs les sénateurs, Messieurs les secrétaires généraux de l'ACECA, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs. J'aimerais bien commencer mon intervention dans ce forum si important de dialogue parlementaire, tout en exprimant mes sincères remerciements à Sa Majesté le roi Mohammed VI pour son haut patronage et aussi au président Al-Rachid pour l'invitation formulée à moi-même pour pouvoir participer à ce forum et auquel je dirige mes félicitations pour sa désignation en tant que président de la Chambre des conseillers du Royaume du Maroc. Mes remerciements aussi en mon nom propre et aussi de la délégation qui m'accompagne à la commission qui a organisé ce forum, ainsi qu'aux autorités et peuples frères qui est le Maroc pour l'accueil chaleureux et qui nous a été donné depuis notre arrivée à cette belle terre. Sur la base de titre principal du forum qui nous a réunis, nous a permis de se réunir ici à Rabat, notre débat doit se concentrer sur l'inquiétude afin de pouvoir trouver des mécanismes qui nous permettent de trouver les nouveaux défis avec l'objectif de pouvoir trouver la paix et la stabilité pour un développement commun. Mesdames et messieurs, plusieurs sont les défis de la coopération internationale entre lesquels nous pouvons souligner ce qui suit. Point 1, le manque de confiance entre les différents acteurs, ce qui difficulte on va dire les objectifs communs. 2, le manque de financement afin de pouvoir remplir ou respecter nos engagements. 3, les discours de manière unilatérale des autorités des pays en détriment des spécificités propres des pays en voie de développement. Alors si on fait une analyse du contexte actuel, on peut déduire que la concurrence des 3 éléments avant qu'on a cité ont provoqué, on va dire, le blocage de la coopération globale lors des dernières années. À ceci, il faut ajouter la détérioration de la paix et la sécurité de manière continue, provoquée bien sûr par l'augmentation des conflits armés et le nombre de déplacés forcés. Exemple clair, c'est ce on peut voir au niveau de la Russie, l'Ukraine, la guerre, la catastrophe humanitaire à Gaza et le conflit récent au niveau de la République démocratique du Congo, en plus de ce qu'on peut trouver tout au long de la géographie mondiale. Mesdames et messieurs, en plus des conflits armés, le monde affronte d'autres défis au niveau global, comme peuvent l'être le changement climatique, les inégalités, la pauvreté, ainsi que les pandémies, et en même temps, on va dire plusieurs pays doivent travailler afin de pouvoir diminuer les perspectives de croissance, l'affaiblissement de l'investissement et l'augmentation de la dette comme des barrières réelles afin de pouvoir suivre le déroulement. Ceci nous oblige à prendre conscience et entreprendre des actions conjointes et concertées afin de pouvoir promouvoir des politiques, des pratiques aussi pour un développement durable et le renforcement du tissu social de nos communautés ainsi que de notre entourage, tout en donnant une amélioration de qualité de vie pour les personnes, pour réduire la pauvreté, tout ceci associé à la malnutrition, la déscolarisation et la promotion de l'équité et la justice sociale. Par rapport à l'Afrique, malheureusement, plusieurs de nos économies sont très affaiblies à cause de la crise. Plusieurs de nos pays dépendent de l'aide externe et grande partie de la population vit dans une pauvreté extrême. À ceci, il faut ajouter les conflits armés, la baisse du prix du pétrole, l'instabilité politique, le terrorisme, la piraterie de nos régions, le manque d'infrastructures, où la paix est impossible d'en parler pour les conflits qu'on a vus au niveau de notre continent. À ceci, on peut ajouter la mort de nos filles au niveau de l'océan Atlantique et de la mer Méditerranée. Avec ceci, Excellence, au niveau de la Guinée équatoriale, nous continuons à avancer en matière de développement du pays avec des nouvelles infrastructures, moyennant un projet ambitieux pour trouver la paix grâce à Dieu et au président de la République, raison pour laquelle nous prétendons conclure ce projet ambitieux pour l'année 2035, conformément à ce qui a été aligné par l'ONU dans son agenda 2030 et aussi de celle de l'Union africaine 2065. La convocation de ce forum de dialogue constitue une opportunité afin de pouvoir donner plus d'importance à la coopération sud-sud, comprise comme collaboration entre des pays qui affrontent des problèmes communs pour la ressemblance de ces facteurs de développement économique et social, avec la création d'alliances réelles et l'échange de connaissances entre les différentes régions, tout en cherchant des solutions partagées et profitant des renforcements, on va dire, les points forts particuliers de chaque région pour que nos discussions puissent s'orienter vers des thèmes ou thématiques stratégiques qui va être le moteur d'intégration et le développement régional et aussi continental. Son Excellence, l'association des Sénats, Shura et les conseils similaires d'Afrique et le monde arabe ASECA est un espace idéal pour créer de nouvelles perspectives afin de pouvoir obtenir l'intégration et la coopération sud-sud. Face à ces arguments, la Guinée équatoriale réaffirme sa conviction pendant la réunion annuelle de l'ASECA qui a été célébrée à Malabo en septembre 2024, dans le sens où les crises au niveau mondial ne vont pas être résolues de manière isolée, sinon avec la coopération internationale, ce qui nous appelle la communauté internationale de mobiliser les ressources ainsi qu'avoir une volonté politique nécessaire afin de pouvoir affronter tout ceci de manière collective, moyennant la promotion de partenariats interrégionaux et continentaux, ayant bien sûr une illusion d'un monde globalisé, et ceci ne donne pas lieu à la différence, on va dire, entre le nord et le sud. Contrairement à ceci, ça devrait être basé sur l'intégration mondiale des marchés, de coordination et échange en vue de promouvoir une plus grande équité dans l'ensemble des relations internationales. Et avec ceci, on peut garantir la paix, la sécurité, la stabilité et le développement commun. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. La parole maintenant est à Monsieur Alfredo Pacheco, qui est le président de la Chambre des conseils de la République dominicaine de Ibarra Latino.
Member of the Executive Bureau of Parliamentary.
Su Excelencia,
Son Excellence, Monsieur Mohamed Rachid, président de la Chambre des conseillers, honorable président de toute organisation qui regroupe les organes d'Afrique, de l'Amérique latine et grande partie du monde, honorables délégués parlementaires et présidents des parlements, distingués invités. J'aimerais bien transmettre au nom de mon peuple, du Congrès de la République dominicaine, mes remerciements. Je suis Alfredo Pacheco, président de la Chambre des députés de la République dominicaine, et je viens en représentation de la même ainsi que du Forum du président du pouvoir législatif de l'Amérique centrale, Caraïbes et aussi du Parlement de l'Amérique latine et des Caraïbes. Ça veut dire je porte plusieurs casquettes. J'aimerais souligner face à ce forum important l'engagement de la République dominicaine avec le renforcement de l'intégration économique et de la coopération sud-sud. De la même manière, j'aimerais partager quelques avancées et progrès récents qui impulsent et encouragent notre croissance et notre stabilité aussi. Le premier axe des deux axes mentionnés par son Excellence Mohamed Al-Rachid, la République dominicaine se positionne comme un des pays de plus de croissance au niveau de l'Amérique latine, tout en reposant sur une croissance importante et une bonne sécurité juridique et une stabilité politique et aussi ouverture commerciale. Nous sommes devenus un modèle au niveau régional de la résilience tout en attirant de bons investissements en la matière et aussi en facilitant le développement dans notre pays. En matière de commerce et de logistique, nous avons fait plusieurs démarches importantes, une nouvelle loi adaptée aux standards internationaux qui facilite le processus et promeut le commerce de manière beaucoup plus efficace. De cette manière, on a profité de notre position géographique au niveau du centre des Caraïbes pour connecter les différents ports et aéroports avec les principaux ports de l'Amérique, de l'Asie et du monde, renforçant ce rôle en tant que centre stratégique de distribution au niveau régional. Ces progrès consolident la République dominicaine en tant que destination fiable pour investir, ainsi la stabilité institutionnelle et un cadre législatif et de loi, bien sûr, important, et une vocation d'ouverture vers le monde. Cependant, par rapport au deuxième axe mentionné par son Excellence, on aimerait signaler que le futur de nos économies dépend aussi de comment on va s'adapter aux changements technologiques qu'aujourd'hui vit le monde. Raison pour laquelle il serait fondamental depuis nos parlements impulser des législations responsables sur l'intelligence artificielle et sur d'autres aspects liés à ceci pour profiter des potentialités pour le développement social, mais aussi qui puissent garantir l'éthique, l'équité et aussi la transparence et surtout les droits fondamentaux de nos populations. Ce forum est une opportunité importante pour que les pays qui ont pu obtenir un progrès important pouvoir le partager. Ça veut dire partager les bonnes pratiques afin de pouvoir construire ensemble des stratégies qui vont nous permettre de renforcer nos capacités et nos potentialités. Et avant de terminer, pour clore, je ne peux pas terminer sans réitérer mes remerciements au Royaume du Maroc. La première ligne, bien sûr, c'est pour le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu le garde, la Chambre des conseillers et la Chambre des représentants, le ministère de l'Extérieur, afin de pouvoir donner l'opportunité ou organiser plutôt cette réunion à travers laquelle on peut débattre et parler de ces thématiques afin de pouvoir ouvrir de manière importante l'Amérique latine et ouvrir. Et j'étends mes remerciements au chancelier Nasser Bourita pour sa merveilleuse gestion et j'aimerais bien aussi remercier les hôtes ici, qui est le Maroc, commençons avec Sa Majesté et chacun des représentants des chambres. Le pays est devenu la capitale du monde parlementaire, de la diplomatie parlementaire dans le monde. Raison pour laquelle on aimerait bien que ce forum puisse nous laisser des recommandations importantes pour nos peuples. Merci beaucoup à tous.
شكرا معالي الرئيس. كلمة
Rolando Miguel González Patricio, President of the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament.
autorités parlementaires, chers invités, c'est la deuxième fois que je suis là afin de pouvoir parler avec des autorités parlementaires du Sud global grâce à la Chambre des conseillers du Royaume du Maroc. Comme dans d'autres opportunités, nous avons parcouru les différents défis que nous affrontons tous les jours et nous avons développé de manière le consensus, on va dire, sur la coopération Sud-Sud. Cependant, comme j'ai dit il y a moins d'un an, sur le besoin de la légitimité et sur l'urgence de développer la coopération Sud-Sud, qu'on ne peut pas laisser de côté, on va dire, le Nord global de ses responsabilités au niveau politique, au niveau éthique, sur le développement et sur le bien-être du Sud global. Alors, l'histoire nous raconte plusieurs expériences et ce n'est pas le moment de nous étendre, ni à cette heure-ci, on va parler de ceci, on va parcourir de chacune des idées que moi je partage, mais j'aimerais bien vous rappeler que si au XXe siècle, l'histoire essaye de souligner qu'il y avait des événements très importants et très significatifs qui ont marqué, on va dire, le siècle, moi je préfère dire que le processus de la colonisation qui a eu lieu à l'époque, l'idée d'avoir une situation beaucoup plus démocratique avec la participation de notre population qui est le Sud global était le changement le plus important de toute l'histoire du XXe siècle. Alors, ces peuples du Sud, nous pouvons faire ou rendre l'histoire différente, celle du XXe siècle. Mais pas juste refaire l'histoire, mais c'est important d'être unis et d'agir tous ensemble. Ça veut dire on parle de l'unité. L'unité entre l'Afrique, l'Asie, l'Amérique latine et les Caraïbes, bien évidemment. Plus que débattre, plus que délibérer, on a besoin d'agir. C'est ce dialogue, et bien sûr il est important afin de mettre les bases sur le consensus, mais il est important d'agir. Alors le Parlement de l'Amérique latine apprend de son histoire et de ses commissions et bien sûr des choses bien faites. Le Parlement que nous avons, bien sûr, il y a beaucoup de sang dans ce sens. Et il a dû attendre presque 60 ans afin d'avoir un forum dédié, bien sûr, aux Africains. Et nous considérons en Amérique latine la 6e région de l'Afrique. Mais en même temps, c'est ce Parlement de l'Amérique latine que, avant de passer une décennie, avait bien sûr un lien avec le Parlement européen et elle devait attendre un demi-siècle afin d'avoir un forum de dialogue entre pairs ici en Afrique grâce au soutien du Maroc. Demain, on va avoir une nouvelle session du Forum Afrique et l'Amérique latine et les Caraïbes. Nous sommes en train de travailler pour ne pas attendre plus de temps et pour avoir des dialogues au niveau régional avec le monde arabe et avec l'Asie aussi. Partager la même chance et aussi pour pouvoir agir tous ensemble. Je voulais vous inviter à nous accompagner, bien sûr, dans notre travail. Le plus proche, c'est justement le développement vers le mois de juillet, le 4 et le 5, dans un forum pour l'action climatique et la transition.
Il y a beaucoup de défis, d'enjeux, la paix. D'ailleurs, je me réjouis de la présence de la FAO, les questions alimentaires, afin de lutter contre la malnutrition à travers le monde. Les défis sont infinis, la migration, les problèmes d'inégalité, mais le problème climatique est un problème qui couvre l'ensemble de ces défis. Nous ne pouvons pas, au sein du Sud global, oublier les problèmes de l'empreinte climatique. Ainsi, il convient de soutenir le Sud global pour que, ensemble, nous puissions prendre en compte les futures générations. Nous n'allons pas, au sein du Panama, le siège de parlements sud-américains, latino-américains, nous voulons y travailler sur quel est le rôle des parlementaires pour pouvoir agir de manière concertée pour lutter contre le changement climatique. Nous allons travailler sur comment mieux délibérer au sein du Parlement latino-américain au Panama, dans le cadre latino-américain et Caraïbes. Nous allons travailler sur comment mieux représenter, faire face à ces défis, avoir un impact en termes parlementaires pour avoir un impact réel dans ce contexte. Ainsi, j'aimerais souligner et remercier tout un chacun pour l'invitation, l'hospitalité qui nous a été faite, mais j'aimerais également vous inviter à vous unir main dans la main pour que tous les parlementaires, et notamment les parlementaires du Sud global, pour que nous puissions contribuer à mettre en œuvre ce consensus international qui est le pacte pour le futur, el Pacto para el Futuro, et ainsi que nous puissions ensemble, nous puissions avoir un futur plus durable, plus pacifique, plus équitable pour toutes et tous, pour le bien des personnes et de la planète. Merci beaucoup.
شكرا معالي الرئيس والكلمة الآن لمعالي السيد إفارست الكمانة رئيس المجموعة الاقتصادية والنقدية لوسط أفريقيا فليتفضل.
Excellence, Monsieur Mohamed Ould Rachid,
Excellency Mr. Ould Rachid, President of the Chamber of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, President of the Association of Councils, Shuralers and Equivalent Councils from Africa, ASECA. Honorable Rachid Talbi El-Alami, President of the Chamber of the Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, Fouad Yassouf, Ambassador and General Director of the Ministry of Foreign Cooperation, African Affairs and Moroccan Expatriates of the Kingdom of Morocco, Honorable Presidents of Senates, regional, continental and international parliamentary union, dear guests, all protocol observed. It is for me an immense privilege to take part in person as head of the delegation of the organization which I lead in an event of such importance to our countries and people. This forum, as we all know, is under the theme of interregional and intercontinental dialogues in the global south, an essential lever for meeting the new challenges of international cooperation and achieving peace, security, stability, and common development. This initiative is for the CEMAC Parliament and the people of the sub-region in Africa, particularly laudable given the multiple challenges we are confronted to, be they security with the rise of terrorism or climate change, as a few examples. I would like, in the name of the CEMAC Parliament, express my gratitude to the Moroccan authorities for the delicate attention we have been provided with. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Moroccan people for their warm hospitality and the warm welcome we have received as a delegation. It is also for me the opportunity to express once again my deep gratitude to the Chamber of Council and the Chamber of Representatives who work tirelessly to strengthening the bonds of cooperation and strengthening parliamentary diplomacy. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, I would like now to focus on intercontinental and interregional dialogue of the Global South to confront the newly emerging challenges and threats to peace, security, and stability. Given that the world is going through deep changes on the global health, in terms of global health, climate change, migration, water access, and food security, which have a direct impact on the people of our respective countries. Each of these issues require a concerted response, which is also the full meaning of the discussion tree, which is a part of African heritage. To achieve peace and security and stability, as well as common development, we need a synergy of efforts, and there are no better countries than those of the Global South who can do this in an optimal manner. This forum is being held while the world is still grappling with the Russian-Ukraine war, with its consequences we are all familiar with, as well as the crisis which is typically focuses on Africa. Given this dynamic landscape, the forum must focus on strengthening South-South cooperation, as well as encouraging common action within parliamentary institutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, given the growing economic challenges, interregional dialogue is now more than ever crucial, as these are efficient and efficacious mechanisms to promote economic growth, competitivity, help to progress on common interests, and promote the well-being of our different nations. We speak here of a dynamic parliamentary diplomacy through which governments can exchange best practices in terms of economic policy, improvements to legal and judicial frameworks in support of sustainable development, and conceive long-term policies. Honorable Presidents, distinguished delegates, I look forward to our exchanges leading to conclusions that will enable to provide our people with a brighter future. And it is on this note of hope that I conclude my intervention, all the while reiterating my sincere gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco, and in particular His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, for the organization of this forum. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Monsieur le Président, la parole maintenant est à Monsieur Luis Ronaldo.
The floor is now to Mr. Luis Rolando Redondo Guifaro, President of the National Congress of the Republic of Honduras, President of the Forum of Presidents of the Legislative Power of Central America, the Caribbean, and Mexico.
Cher Monsieur
Honorable
Mohamed
Mohamed Ould Rachid, President of the Chamber of Councillors from Morocco. Dear Mr. Rachid Talbi El Alami, President of the Chamber of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, and the Head of Department of International Policy within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation, and Moroccan expatriates of the Kingdom of Morocco, dear Presidents of the different parliaments, shuras, senates of Asia, Africa, Latin America, to all those who are within these walls today, I salute you. Sorry if I mispronounce his name, Mr. Rashidia, head president of the Chamber of Representatives of Pakistan, elected at the presidents of the Interparliamentary Association. Dear colleagues, all protocols observed, it is for me a privilege to speak before you in the name of the National Congress of the Republic of Honduras and as President of the Forums of Presidents of the Legislative Powers of Central America, the Caribbean, and Mexico, to speak to you here in this particularly crucial forum given the role it will play to strengthening peace between our people. With much respect, I would like to recognize the visionary leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, in whose foreign policy has significantly contributed to strengthening international relationships. His tireless commitment to strengthening peace and development are first-rate examples which guide our collective efforts. I would also like to highlight that this forum for dialogue is of singular importance given the threats that multilateralism is confronted with. Traditional structures are not able, despite their resilience, are nonetheless insufficiently strong to confront the geopolitical context we find ourselves in, be it migration, climate change, food insecurity, the configuration of financial models, or the technological gaps. All these are challenges that we must confront in a proactive and coordinated approach. As parliaments, our role in this is crucial, and our participation to this event just as crucial. On our agenda, we need to strengthen the articulation between our different agendas at the international and the national level through a proactive approach with actionable suggestions. And as presidents, we must also be proactive and drive the strengthening of financial and technical cooperation so as to create new economic opportunities. In this regard, we have launched engineering work to institutionalize, to modernize our institutions and provide more flexible, more modern institutions to provide a future for our countries. It was not easy, but today, clearly, we are a strengthened and bolstered institution. We are efficient in our operations and very ambitious and well-funded, with solid resources. Through advanced normative frameworks, we have been able to execute a gradual and progressive strategy so as to offer a judicial framework which would facilitate the investment, strengthen social protections, create new market dynamics, and address existing gaps so as to promote a new social, economic, and financial framework. This, of course, could not be successful should countries go work in an isolated manner. National parliaments of each country all have an ambitious role to play as part of the establishment of a South-South program. This cooperation will enable to evaluate, will be proven when we reach tangible, practical agreements, which is the only way to ensure that South-South cooperation becomes a social, economic transformation tool. This spirit of agreement will allow us to progress beyond the well-trodden paths and strengthen a shared transformation. We must, therefore, drive shared development in each of our countries to allow us to strengthen our actions towards a solidarity and address the vulnerable segments of our society. We are confronted with a deep transition phase. Political, geopolitical tension, economic issues, the emergence of new technologies, all are significant challenges to which we respond with a scenario in which global South countries could transform these challenges into opportunities that would put us in the pilot scene of the design of a new international architecture. Such initiative of South-South dialogue, such as this forum, are a good representation of this strategic forum where we can strengthen both our own mechanisms as well as bolster our economic, financial, and technological exchange to articulate a common vision. This new scenario requires a new strategic vision, requires new leadership, and requires an iron political will so as to design new southern policies for the South. We have the talent, we have the resources, we have the cultural diversity required for this task. It is more than just rising to this opportunity, but to rise to the opportunity of becoming the architects of a more just, more representative, and more inclusive future for the Global South. In Honduras, the country that I represent as president of the High Chamber, is open to foreign investment through the Africa-South America connection, the Atlantic Initiative between both shores of the Atlantic through the deep water ports will provide an opportunity for deeper international economic cooperation. I am therefore full of hope when I see the wide diversity of messages from those speakers who preceded me and have worked all with the same common denominator. Cooperation is no longer an option, but not only a necessity, but also an urgency. As the speakers before me have said, we all try to follow the letter of this thought, aiming to strengthen South-South cohesion as the cement that binds our planet together and represents the future of our common objectives. We must be ambitious and design innovative mechanisms to rise to the challenge of today's upheaval. In this context, I am sure that this forum will remain throughout history as an important inflection point that will lead to practical legislative action and lead to efficient and more robust parliamentary diplomacy in the spirit of solidarity. I fully agree with those speakers who have highlighted how Morocco is today the world capital for parliamentary diplomacy, and I would like to add that the South-South diplomacy the world is calling for is becoming real. The Global South needs bold actions, and I'm sure that this day will highlight the important contribution by the Kingdom of Morocco and help us go further and better.
معذرة. الآن ندعو رئيس الجلسة معالي السيد محمد أحمد اليماحي رئيس البرلمان العربي ليلقي كلمته.
Chairman of our session to come and deliver his remarks. We also call on Mrs. Lindwi Diamani, Dialimini, sorry, for mispronouncing your name, to serve as chairperson for our meeting.
صاحب المعالي
Your Excellency,
الأخ العزيز
distinguished brother
محمد رشيد
Rashid,
رئيس مجلس المستشارين
Speaker of the
بالمملكة
House of
المغربية
Councillors,
رئيس رابطة مجالس الشيوخ والشورى
President of
والمجالس
the
الموحدة
Association of
بأمريكا
Senate, Shura,
والعالم
the equivalent
العربي
councils in
صاحب
Africa and
المعالي
the Arab
الأخ
world,
العزيز السيد
distinguished
رشيد
brother
العلمي رئيس
Rashid
مجلس
Talbi
النواب
Alami,
في
Speaker
المملكة
of the
المغربية
House of Representatives of
أصحاب
the
المعالي
Kingdom of
والسعادة
Morocco,
ورؤساء
distinguished
البرلمانات الوطنية
speakers
والاتحادية
of
البرلمانات ورؤساء الوفود
the
الحضور
parliamentary
السلام
assemblies.
عليكم
May Allah's peace be upon all of you. I would like to say how honored I am to take part in this third meeting of our Forum for South-South Cooperation. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to my brother, Mr. Mohammed Ould Rashid, Speaker of the House of Representatives, of the House of Councillors, for the generous hospitality extended to us and for the efforts made and the arrangements made for the success of this conference for cooperation between the Arab world, Latin America, Africa, and the Caribbean. Distinguished participants, the countries of the South have the natural resources and human resources that should enable them to be at the forefront of the economic powerhouses in the world and to be an influential voice on the global scene. But they need the best use of these resources. They need to achieve the best use of these resources, regardless of the differences that exist between the economic systems, in order to promote their desired economic integration. In this regard, the importance of parliamentary diplomacy is quite clear, and that's what we're talking about today through this parliamentary forum that represents an open platform for the exchange of experiences and for promoting our cooperation through strategic projects involving the Arab world, Africa, and the Caribbean. the swift changes affecting global trade and the trade wars that are taking place today mean that we are duty-bound to take the necessary measures to achieve economic integration that is based on shared and mutual benefits, based on a win-win approach, so that each one of our country can benefit from its resources and its competitive edge as part of a full-fledged economic global system. Therefore, we insist that now is the time to have cooperation, South-South cooperation for the implementation of infrastructure projects, major infrastructure projects that can contribute to inter-trade relations between our countries, in addition to promoting cooperation in the areas of health, education, and food security, and other sectors that represent the pillar of development. Distinguished participants, some of the topics on our agenda include the use of modern technology and artificial intelligence in order to achieve the transition to a digital economy and achieve sustainable developments in the countries of the South. Artificial intelligence is bound to be one of the major tools for change in the world, and therefore we have to deal properly with AI and adopt strategies that can enable the world to create the necessary conditions for innovation and to save time and efforts. But we have at the same time to be cautious regarding the ethical issues involved in the use of modern technology, so that we can benefit from that technology and at the same time preserve our culture and our identity. Hence, the importance of the responsibility we shoulder as parliamentarians to come up with a system that is balanced, that creates the right balance between, or strikes the right balance between ethical values and the good use of this technology within the framework of a responsible policies. To conclude, I would like to insist that the Arab Parliament is keen to promote cooperation between the countries of the South in order to achieve economic complementarity and integration, as well as shared development for all. I would like once again to thank the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco under the stewardship of His Excellency Mohammed Ould Rashid, and I wish your conference every success for the benefit of all our peoples. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Honorable Mohammed Ahmed, I have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. Louis Roland My apology. I have the pleasure of inviting the Honorable Mr. Jean-Michel Sama Lukonde Kienge, President of the Senate of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Honorable Senate President, please.
Distinguished Mohammed Ould Rashid, Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco and President of ASECA, Distinguished Rashid Talbi Alami, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco distinguished speakers, representatives of Senates, Shura councils, and equivalent councils in Africa and the Arab world, distinguished speakers from the parliamentary assemblies of Latin America and the countries of the South, distinguished representatives of international, regional, and international organizations, Mr. Yazour, Ambassador, Director of within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Moroccan residing abroad, the distinguished members of the Bureau of ASECA, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and guests. On behalf of the Senate of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the delegation I am privileged to head, I convey to you my fraternal and warm greetings. Allow me to take this opportunity to ask the distinguished Mohammed Ould Rashid to convey to His Majesty King Mohammed VI the warm greetings of his brother, His Excellency Antoine Tshisekedi, the President of the Republic of the Congo. I would like to thank the authorities in the Kingdom of Morocco for the warm welcome extended to us and for the quality of the arrangements made for this third forum for parliamentary dialogue that is organized and hosted by the House of Councillors jointly with the association ASECA. We're meeting today as part of within a framework of that is quite tense and with countries that are facing security issues that represent a peril for their security as well as the prospects for their developments. That is the case for Syria, Ukraine, Palestine, Sudan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and others. As regards the Democratic Republic of the Congo, it should be pointed out that it is affected by an aggression, an unfair aggression that is supported by foreign powers, including Rwanda, which is instrumentalizing militias to create a lot of tension in the eastern parts, including the plundering of strategic resources. This war of aggression that has been going on for the last 3 decades has unfortunately caused more than 6 million casualties. Today, women are raped, children are enrolled in the army, and the victims are in the thousands, and there is a humanitarian situation that is dismal with more than 4 million people displaced. And this, of course, calls for the international community to intervene, especially ASECA, our organization. Given this situation, many or several processes which we would like to laud here have been launched, especially that of Nairobi, Luanda, Doha, and Washington, where the signing on 25th April of this year of the Declaration in Principle for a Peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and in the region of the Great Lakes. We can, of course, be optimistic, and we look forward to seeing the obligations of the parties concerned observed and respected. In this regard, the topic that talks about interregional dialogue and intercontinental dialogue of this third forum to which my country is committed is quite timely and therefore represents an alternative for solving our conflicts. I would like to remind ourselves that instability is a major hurdle to development, education, and preservation of the environment. However, I would like to point out that dialogue cannot be used as an excuse by the actors concerned to extend the suffering of the peoples. It should include clear commitments as far as the Congo is concerned. These commitments includes full respect for its territorial integrity, the complete stop of any support for armed groups, and the dismantling without any conditions of the criminal gangs and networks involved in human trafficking. In addition, just like the decisions of the resolution of the Security Council, the end of the European Union, of the United States, Germany, Belgium, France, and the United Kingdom, through their condemnation of what is happening on and the involvement of the parties concerned, I call on the solidarity of ASECA, our dear organization, to build on all the means it has at its disposal to call for any support for armed groups in a resolute way in order to promote dialogue and peace, sustainable peace. This solidarity, we would like it to be achieved through parliamentary diplomacy, as recalled here by the Speaker for the Pan-African Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I call on each and every one of us to refuse fatality. The Africa and the Arab world cannot continue to be the space in which there are dramas and catastrophes are unfolding. We have to show solidarity towards each other and to work in a sustainable way, make sure that ASECA promotes justice and dignity, that it should send this strong signal. We should not be just spectators. We have to be major actors in what is going on. I would like to express my cherished hope for the achievement of peace, and I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I have the pleasure to now invite the Honorable Mr. Richard Ravalomanana, President of the Senate of the Republic of Madagascar. You have the floor, sir.
Honorable Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco and President of the Association of Senates, Shuras, and equivalent councils in Africa and the Arab world. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives of Senates, Shuras, and equivalent councils or their representatives, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, members of parliament, honorable participants in your respective ranks. It's a true pleasure and honor for me to find myself once more with you, dear comrades, after the last forum in February 2024. First of all, on behalf of the Senate of Madagascar, I would like to address our gratitude to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI the King of Morocco, may God assist him, who has spared no efforts in favor of the countries of the Southern Hemisphere. His actions contribute to sustainably developing our countries, which have all the assets to do so in a spirit of like to like and a win-win spirit. He also enhances our cooperation and politics with the aim of always seeking to improve the living conditions and the well-being of our respective citizens. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, and Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, to also thank you and all of your collaborators for your
l'hospitalité exceptionnelle que vous nous réservez en terre marocaine. Lors de notre dernier forum, nous nous étions convenus de conjuguer nos efforts sur plusieurs axes prioritaires en vue de renforcer la coopération sud-sud et notre solidarité dans le cadre du partenariat stratégique. Cependant, entre-temps, les défis à faire face, qui ont été déjà cités par les précédents orateurs, ne cessent d'évoluer et de se multiplier. Notre forum de dialogue parlementaire sud-sud est alors d'une grande utilité pour mutualiser nos actions afin de relever ces défis grandissants. La diplomatie parlementaire se trouvant au cœur de toutes nos actions, le Sénat de Madagascar œuvre activement et soutient toute action et toute initiative visant à la développer, à l'instar de l'actuel forum, à l'initiative du président de la Chambre des conseillers du Royaume du Maroc. C'est pour cette raison que nous avons participé activement à toutes les assemblées parlementaires auxquelles nous avons été invités et à la création de l'Association des Sénats d'Afrique qui regroupe des pays francophones, anglophones, lusophones et hispanophones lors d'une assemblée parlementaire en Côte d'Ivoire au mois d'octobre 2024. Quand nos États font face à des défis majeurs qui trouvent difficilement des issues positives, nous sommes convaincus que la diplomatie parlementaire va permettre de contribuer au développement de nos pays et à l'amélioration des conditions de vie et du bien-être de nos concitoyens respectifs. Particulièrement à Madagascar, elle va aider à soutenir l'exécutif et les élus des collectivités territoriales décentralisées dont nous sommes les représentants dans la réalisation de leur engagement envers la population malgache. Par ailleurs, s'agissant du thème de notre actuel forum, les dialogues interrégionaux et intercontinentaux sont effectivement primordiaux pour les pays du Sud. Pour le cas particulier de Madagascar, le Sénat travaille en symbiose avec le pouvoir exécutif pour la patrie. De son côté, Son Excellence M. Andrazuel, président de la République de Madagascar, s'engage personnellement et avec conviction à développer des relations diplomatiques et économiques interrégionales et intercontinentales. L'accueil à Madagascar il y a quelques jours du sommet de la Commission de l'océan Indien et celui de la SADC dans quelques mois illustre ces efforts engagés de Madagascar pour renforcer le dialogue et la solidarité dans la sous-région de l'océan Indien et entre les pays de l'Afrique australe. Cette volonté de partenariat avec les pays du Sud dans différents domaines de développement est également démontrée par l'établissement d'une coopération entre Madagascar et plusieurs pays d'Afrique. Mesdames et messieurs, honorables assistances, Madagascar est ouvert à tous les pays voulant entretenir des relations de coopération dans un esprit égal à égal et gagnant-gagnant. Et le Sénat de Madagascar, dont je suis le président, est disponible est prêt à assurer la sécurité des investisseurs et à faciliter les relations dans le cadre de la diplomatie parlementaire. Pour terminer, je voudrais souligner que les nouvelles technologies et l'avènement sans précédent de l'intelligence artificielle doivent être au service de nos actions. En conséquence, le Sénat de Madagascar soutient et continue à soutenir pleinement les initiatives favorisant le recours à ces outils de haute technologie de plus en plus utiles dans le présent et le futur. Vive la solidarité et la fraternité entre les parlementaires du continent africain, du monde arabe, des Caraïbes et de l'Amérique latine. Que Dieu nous bénisse tous.
God bless us all. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker from the Senate of Republic of Madagascar, I now have the pleasure to invite the Honorable Ms. Mamo Naheng Mokitimi, President of the Senate of the Kingdom of Lesotho. You have the floor, Madam. Thank you.
His Majesty King Mohammed VI, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Ould Rashid, Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco and the Chairman of the ASECA, His Excellency Mr. Rashid Talbi El Alami, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with profound gratitude and humility that I stand before you today to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the Senate of the Kingdom of Lesotho and the people of the Mountain Kingdom. I wish to begin by expressing our deepest appreciation to the Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco under the visionary leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, for extending this gracious invitation and for hosting this pivotal South-South Parliamentary Dialogue Forum. I have been attending ASECA for a number of times now, and your hosting has always been excellent to us. Your warm hospitality, meticulous organization, and unwavering commitment to fostering solidarity among nations of the Global South are truly commendable. To His Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Councillors of Morocco and the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Morocco, we thank you for your visionary stewardship in convening this timely dialogue. The topics under discussion in this forum resonate deeply with the aspirations of the nations like Lesotho to improve the economy of the country. The interregional and continental dialogues such as this one are key in enhancing the economic integration and shared development among member states. Fostering cross-border collaboration can amplify the Global South's capacity to harness artificial intelligence and modern technologies for industrial advancement, sustainable growth, and inclusive progress. To fellow parliamentarians, esteemed delegates, and partners from across the globe, your presence here embodies the spirit of South-South cooperation. The diversity of perspectives enriches our discussions and strengthens our gestures to craft inclusive and sustainable solutions. Your contributions remind us that parliaments are not merely legislative bodies, but bridges of diplomacy, guardians of democracy, and catalysts for transformative development. The forum has underscored the urgency of reimagining international cooperation. As representative of the Global South, we bear a shared responsibility to amplify our voices in global governance, advocate for equitable resources distribution, and champion peace as the bedrock of progress. Lesotho, as a small but proud nation, understands the weight of these challenges. Let us also acknowledge that dialogue alone is not enough. We must return to our nations with actionable commitments. Legislation that prioritizes climate adaptation, policies that uplift marginalized communities, and frameworks that hold governments accountable. Parliaments must lead in ensuring that no one is left behind. In closing, I reiterate our deepest thanks to the Kingdom of Morocco for its generosity and foresight. May the bonds forged here today endure, and may we continue to walk this path of solidarity together. Excellencies, as the chairman of the Senate of Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the other speakers who came before me said, let us depart with renewed vigor to build a future where peace, security, shared prosperity are not ideals, but realities for all. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Madam President of the Senate of the Republic of Lesotho. I now have the pleasure to invite the Honorable Ms. Mabel Chinomona, the President of the Senate of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Madam, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The President of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco and President of ASECA, Honorable Mohamed Ould Rachid, Presidents of Senate and heads of delegations here present, the Pan-African Parliament President, Senator Chief Zephaniah Charumbira, honorable members of Parliament here present, esteemed invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to begin by extending profound gratitude for the invitation extended to the Senate of Zimbabwe to be part of this very important conference of the ASECA, an organization whose work and mandate is very near and dear to my heart. Furthermore, and on behalf of my delegation and myself, I am grateful to the King Mohammed VI, to the people of the Kingdom of Morocco, and to the Moroccan Chamber of Councillors for the unparalleled hospitality extended to us. Immediately upon our arrival into this beautiful country, we were welcomed by the warm and hospitable Honorable Lassen Haddad, the Vice President of the Chamber of Councillors, who made us feel right at home. We are truly grateful. It is both an honor and a timely opportunity to speak with you today on a subject central to our shared future. The world faces convergence of global challenges, from geopolitical tensions and inequality to climate change and health crises. In this complex landscape, the countries of the Global South, spanning Africa, Latin America, Asia, and parts of the Middle East, are on the front lines. These nations, rich in diversity and potential, often bear the weight of underdevelopment, instability, and historical marginalization. Yet within this adversity lies a powerful tool: dialogue, strategic, inclusive, and forward-looking. The Global South is not a monolith, but a mosaic of emerging voices, shared challenges, and evolving hopes. Though often marked by lower economic development, these regions are home to growing markets, youthful populations, and vast resources. But to turn this potential into progress, we must come together through unity and dialogue. Interregional and continental dialogues are essential, not just platforms for conversation, but as engines for peace, security, and shared prosperity. Dialogue offers three key opportunities. One, strengthening international cooperation. In a divided world, dialogue builds bridges. Interregional efforts promote multilateralism, amplify southern voices, and rebalance global governance. Two, advancing peace and stability. True security is more than the absence of conflict. It's the presence of justice and opportunity. Regional cooperation can address terrorism, transnational crime, and unrest, creating collective resilience. Driving shared development. Sustainable progress depends on inclusivity. Dialogue allows us to align priorities, share resources, and invest in infrastructure, education, and climate resilience, empowering communities and ensuring no one is left behind. Yet challenges remain. Political will is uneven. Technological and infrastructure gaps across the North and the South persist. Regulatory differences continue to stall momentum. These are not roadblocks, they are calls to action. With strong leadership, investment, and commitment, we can turn them into stepping stones. Looking ahead, three actions are essential. First, we must reaffirm high-level political commitment to sustain and implement dialogue outcomes. Following up on the implementation of conference outcomes is essential to the attainment of our desired goals. For too long, we have met and discussed and agreed, but we have fallen short on implementation. Second, we must harness technology to improve cross-border communication and collaboration. We must invest in intensive scientific and technological research and development. The duty to find solutions to our problem is on our own shoulders. The time for looking up to the global north for solution is long gone. We are obligated to resolve out our shortcomings and measure up to the problems we face through technological advancement. Third, we must involve all stakeholders, especially the private sector, civil society, women, and young people, in shaping a more peaceful and prosperous global south. Our regions have long neglected the vital contributions of young people and women, opting instead to maintain a patriarchal stance. This stance has not worked. We must be inclusive, take into consideration the ideas and views of these traditionally sidelined groups, and by so doing, ensure a more comprehensive solution. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that dialogue is more than a tool. It is a catalyst. It enables peace, drives development, and forges unity. In this defining moment, the Global South must step forward, not as a passive recipient of aid and policy, but as a leader in shaping a fairer, safer, and more sustainable world. Let us embrace that role with courage, conviction, and cooperation. I thank you.
شكرا معالي السيدة الرئيسة. الآن كلمة لمعالي السيد جون ميشيل ساما لوكوندو جينكي رئيس مجلس الشيوخ بجمهورية الكونغو الديمقراطية.
Except for video messages. But before video messages...
Okay. الآن الكلمة
Dr. Hamda Al-Solid de la délégation Qatari.
Pas au programme.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة السيد.
May the peace of God be upon the Prophet and his kinship, Moulay Rashid, President of the Chamber of Councillors of Morocco, Honorable President of the Council of Shura for Africa, Excellencies, dear Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Peace be upon you. I am delighted to highlight the importance of the forum we are currently attending as part of efforts to strengthen South-South cooperation. And in this regard, I would like to warmly thank the Kingdom of Morocco for its warm welcome, the King of Morocco and its people. I'd like to thank you for organizing the South-South Forum as part of the important works.
I, my brothers, the members of the Committee of Whole, and I'd like to extend my sincere wishes for full success, distinguished participants. Our meeting today is taking place as we are experiencing major intertwined challenges for our peoples, especially in the countries of the South, in which the economic challenges are also combined with a situation, a global situation in which there are double standards and problems as far as justice is concerned, and therefore we have to stop and pause at what is happening to the Palestinian people that has caused tens of thousands of victims in the midst of a silence by the international community and the inability of the international community to protect people. We have now reached the 17th month in this aggression, and the number of casualties in Gaza alone exceeds 60,000 and more than 116,000 injured people, and the war is still going on. And even the hospitals and reception centers are being affected. The continuation of these crimes without any reaction by the international community is a threat not just to Palestine, but it also undermines the faith of people in justice, and it also calls into question the ability of international organizations to achieve peace, stability, and dignity for all humans. Given this tragic situation, we would like to say that there can be just no security and no peace so long as the peoples are not in a position to achieve and obtain their rights. And therefore, if we cannot do this for Palestine, then we cannot, the world will not be in a position to defend other peoples. And that is why we call on making sure that the international organizations and parliaments play their role and contribute to redressing the situation as far as the UN system is concerned, make sure that it is more able and more balanced to deal with these kind of situations. I'd like to refer to two decisions that were adopted by the General Assembly in its 150th Assembly, which was held at the beginning of this month in Tashkent, and the conference that was held in Tashkent, and that are fully in line with the position of Qatar that supports peace and sustainable development. The first decision talks about the role of parliaments to promote the two-state solution and a peaceful solution to the problem, and also to put an end to hostilities in Gaza. And make sure there is a ceasefire. And this is fully in line with the position of Qatar that has always considered the two-state solution to be the ideal solution, in keeping with the Arab Peace Initiative that reasserts the right of Palestinian people to live in their dependent state along the lines of 1967, with the East Jerusalem as its capital. The second decision is the role of parliaments in addressing the impact of conflicts on sustainable developments throughout the world, and this is an approach that Qatar has been working on to promote, especially regarding the areas that are affected by conflicts, and in keeping with its quest to achieve sustainable developments for all peoples, in keeping with the vision of Qatar for 2030. I would like to refer in this, I would like to point out that the conference held in Tashkent has led to a number of decisions based on the initiative by the Arab countries to promote peace, and this shows that there is full solidarity and cooperation in this regard. And despite the steps taken, unfortunately, this proposal was not adopted, and therefore it is important to make sure that there is prior coordination to make sure that we agree on an urgent business at least 2 months before the convening of the conference, to make sure that we achieve our objectives of the countries of the South in promoting peace and security in the world. The topic of our conference this year is extremely important given the current changes affecting the global economy and the climate change and the impact it has on health worldwide. We look forward to seeing a global vision implemented that is based on investment in our potential and natural resources to make sure that we develop economic relations and partnerships that open up new vistas for cooperation. Our countries represent 80% of the global population, but contributes only to less than 40% of the global GDP. And this shows that there is a major gap between that is affecting our countries, and this is one of the major problems that we have to deal with, including also the gap as far as infrastructure is concerned, changes and differences as far as customs are concerned, and also the impact of foreign interference that impede the implementation of major projects. To rise to these challenges, we need political will, solid political will, long-term strategies that take into account openness to different systems, and we also need to promote innovation, entrepreneurship, and to empower our youth and invest in infrastructure, common infrastructure, come up with innovative financing systems to reduce the burden for governments. The environmental issues also have to be a priority. We need to adopt green projects and sustainable plans to reduce and mitigate the impact of climate change and close the gap between the North and the South. Given the major and swift changes affecting the world, AI and modern technology are key pillars to achieve sustainable development. There are two important tools to address economic and social challenges and environmental challenges, especially in the countries of the South. We cannot talk about development without talking about digital transition and without adopting AI tools to improve living conditions, promote innovation and production. And hence, the country of Qatar is a model in this respect because it has adopted ambitious project initiatives in terms of the use of AI, and it is at the forefront of the countries using that technology in the Gulf region based on the different reports. This reflects the vision of Qatar 2023 that has made knowledge and skills at the very heart of its plans and has tried to use these in education, in health sectors, thereby further promoting the position of Qatar in this regard. The state of Qatar has always believed in the importance of promoting cooperation between the countries of the South and has taken practical steps to come up with practical strategies, including financing measures and schemes to the tune of 27.5 billion Qatari riyals between 2017 and 2021. In the year 2021, it has contributed through a number of projects, including $551 million, and has worked with the United Nations Development Program to promote development in more than 100 countries to the tune of $30 million. This shows that Qatar is fully committed to development projects and their impact on the ground. As far as education is concerned, Education for All is a major project, and we've been working on this because we believe that investment in human resources is the best way to achieve sustainable development. This year, Qatar will host the second summit for social development. This is a distinguished global platform to promote social justice and enable the vulnerable segments of population to benefit from development that is balanced and that is comprehensive. We hope that this will lead to policies and strategies that take into account social, economic, and environmental aspects. We also look forward to continuing to work along the lines of international cooperation and promote developments in the countries of the South. Distinguished participants, as far as setting up a forum for the Secretaries General, we support this important proposal because such a forum would make it possible to coordinate the action of Secretaries General and exchange views and promote mutual cooperation. We in the Shura Council in the State of Qatar are fully prepared to contribute to the achievement of this initiative and work together to promote the work of our parliaments. Distinguished brothers and sisters, our ambitions are not limited to trade and investment. We look forward to building a full-fledged systems that builds on common policies and cross-border initiatives based on a clear vision for the future of the countries. Our peoples deserve to see the fruits of this cooperation and to see a real impact on their living conditions so that they can hold their rightful place in the global trade. The achievement of these objectives that bring us together hinges on our ability to transcend differences and to pool efforts in order to build a future that is more sustainable and more equitable. I wish you every success. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
معالي الرئيسة، والآن ننتقل إلى كلمة سعادة السيد دينيس.
I now give the floor to Mr. Denis Sedise, Deputy Speaker of the Senate in Burundi.
Au nom de Dieu, le Tout-Puissant,
from the Chairman of ASECA, Excellencies and Honorable Presidents, representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, Excellencies, Presidents of Parliamentary Unions from the region and the continent and internationally. Honorable colleagues, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Senate of Burundi and on behalf of the delegation from Burundi and the people of Burundi, I would like to thank you for inviting us to this forum. Let me first extend my gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco for their hospitality and welcome, and for having organized this forum of parliamentary dialogue that is held in this beautiful city of Rabat. Thank you for having chosen the theme that will inspire us to set the foundation for regional and international dialogue in the countries of the Global South. This is a process that will allow the regional groups to initiate dialogue on topics of shared interest and for common development. International cooperation is facing several new challenges, in particular, international relations, increased tension and pressure, and a lack of trust between countries, and those of the Global South have not been spared. These challenges mean that we need to collectively face issues like climate change and security. There's also growing instability around the world. International dialogue and intercontinental dialogue in countries of the global south are the only instrument to solve these problems. They will make it possible to make decisions, concerted decisions that would be acceptable by all. They will constitute the best way to avoid or to solve conflict. Resolve conflicts. I am convinced that this initiative to organize such forums on this theme should be, for us parliamentarians, an opportunity to make commitments to enhance peace and stability in our own countries and to lead to a common development. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, promoting parliamentary dialogue should be a priority for the representatives of the people. Indeed, securing peace and securing dialogue are key. Members of parliament have a primary role to play in enhancing dialogue at the national level, as well as at the international level through parliamentary diplomacy, capable of positively gearing the desire of the people. Burundi has positive experience when it comes to dialogue. After interethnic conflicts that have riddled the country for decades, dialogue led to training of defense and security that combine all, that bring together all the antagonists and serve the whole population. Ethnic quotas and gender quotas in all institutions are also the results of inter-Burundi dialogue. In light of improving peace and social cohesion in Burundi, the Senate of Burundi has initiated dialogue to assess the consequences, the harmful consequences of killings qualified as genocide by the Parliament of Burundi, and these were perpetrated in 1972. And recently, the Senate has also organized national dialogue to listen to the points of views of the population when it comes to the presence of ethnic quotas in the Constitution. Allow me also to inform you that this Constitution comes from the population through national dialogue initiated by the government of Burundi. I cannot conclude without reiterating my gratitude to all of those who have contributed from far or closely to organizing this forum, as well as those who stand ready to provide contributions during the activities of this forum. Long live good interregional cooperation and international cooperation. Long live the activities of ASECA. Thank you very much. Thank you, representative of the President. And now we would like to give the floor to Mr. Komolzoda from the Senate of Tajikistan. You have the floor.
Head of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation, warm welcome, and the opportunity to address you at this important forum. This important forum brings together representatives of countries from Africa, Asia, the Arab world, Latin America, and other countries who will discuss topical issues related to them of today's forum. This forum is most important lever for addressing new challenges of international cooperation and achieving peace, security, stability, and peace. It is worth nothing that peace and stability in the region are an important factor in economic growth. Today, we have a new opportunity to discuss new challenges of international cooperation and consider approach that can be adopted to our national conditions. The importance of these sessions is that all participants actively engaged in the discussions process, share their views, and jointly seek solutions. The ideas and proposals presented can become the basics for developing innovative solutions that will impact the well-being of our peoples. It should be noted the interaction between parliaments on issues of economic cooperation and investments not only strengthens our economics, but also helps to effectively solve social and environmental problems. Joint efforts in these areas can lead to positive change and sustainability development. We must create conditions for sustainable growth that takes into account environment and social aspects, and thereby improve the quality of life of citizens. This forum provides an excellent opportunity to develop joint initiatives and strengthen interparliamentary ties. I'm convinced that your joint work will lead to fruitful results that will benefit all our countries and peoples. In conclusion, I would like to once again express my gratitude to the organizers for the opportunity to meet and discuss important issues. I hope for productive votes and constructive discussions during our sessions. Thank you for your attention.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. الآن ننتقل.
And now we will move to Mr. Oshborif.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I wish to convey my profound appreciation to the House of the Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco for the gracious hospitality accorded to our delegation. I also commend the House in collaboration with the Association of Senate, Shura, an equivalent council in Africa under Rabat, ASECA, for its exemplary effort in organizing this timely and important platform for dialogue. In a rapidly evolving and unpredictable world, traditional and non-traditional threats from intensifying geopolitical competition and the economic instability fueled by escalating serious trade tension to rising protectionism, widening inequality, and the accelerating impact of climate change are increasingly exposing the vulnerabilities of our economy. Disrupted supply chain, heightened market volatility, and declining investment underscore the far-reaching impact of these intervened challenges. Amid this
upheaval country of the Global South must consolidate the alliance to defend their shared interests and play an active role in forging a new global order ensured in equity, inclusivity, and mutual benefit. From Asia and Africa to Latin America and Arab world, we are united by common aspiration, peace, prosperity, and sustainable progress. Despite our rich natural endowment and dynamic, youthful population, many of our nations continue to face structural impediment to deeper integration, including restricted access to finance, inadequate infrastructure, and widening technological divides. In confronting these shared challenges, interregional parliamentary dialogue emerged as a powerful and constructive mechanism. It is not limited to crisis response. It is a forward-looking platform for cultivating mutual understanding, legislative synergy, and coordinated reform in case areas such as investment, taxation, digital transformation, infrastructure, and climate policy. Cambodia's own development journey offers a tangible illustration to how regional economic cooperation, supported by legislative engagement, can deliver meaningful progress. As a member of ASEAN, Cambodia has benefited from reduced trade barriers, improved connectivity, and the free movement of labor and capital. Through active participation in ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, IPA, Cambodia lawmakers have contributed to the harmonization of the legal frameworks and the promotion of inclusive region-wide development. Our peace and development achievement, most notably the win-win policy initiated by Samdech Techo Hun Sen, President of the Senate and former Prime Minister of Cambodia, have laid the foundation for the national reconciliation and political stability. This policy, which brought an end to the decade of the internal conflict without a single bullet, has enabled Cambodia to pursue sustainable economic growth and engage confidentially in regional and interregional partnership. In this context, Cambodia's participation in the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, a landmark trade agreement among 15 Asia-Pacific nations, demonstrated how national stability can be harnessed to strengthen South-South cooperation. While frameworks such as ASEAN and RCEP lay an important groundwork for cooperation, the forum concept not rightfully emphasized the need for deeper inter-regional parliamentary engagement. Parliament possesses a distinct capacity to connect regions, reinforce solidarity among Global South countries, and align legislative action to address shared priorities and development goals. This emphasizes closely echo the strategic initiative launched by our current President of the Senate, who has made parliamentary diplomacy one of our institution's core priorities. Far from being a symbol gesture, this initiative embodies a practical and result-oriented commitment to promoting inter-parliamentary cooperation, strengthening ties with the legislative body of friendly nations in support for peace, stability, and development. It also aligns seamlessly with Cambodia's broader foreign policy principle, noted in peaceful coexistence, regional stability, and inclusive growth, the very ideal that inspired this forum. In line with this commitment, Cambodia had the honor to hosting the 11th plenary session of International Parliament for Tolerance and Peace last year, during which we introduced the Global Peace Charter, a visionary initiative by Samdech Techo Hun Sen, designed as a comprehensive framework to the United Nations Charter. The Charter affirms key values such as peace, tolerance, and solidarity, and represent a meaningful parliamentary contribution to the promotion of global harmony. Mr. President, distinguished delegate, Cambodia reaffirmed its commitment to promoting interregional parliamentary dialogue as a catalyst for economic integration and inclusive development. In this spirit, we encourage the strengthening of the legislative change, the sharing of sector-specific best practices, and the coordination of public policy aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is now to the Yano Marikus, President of the AFI.
Your Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Ould El-Rachid, President of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco and President of ESACA, Excellency, President of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs and Africa Cooperation and Moroccans residing abroad, Honorable Minister, Delegate to the Head of Government in charge of relations with Parliament and Government spokesperson, dear colleague President of the Regional, Continental and International Parliamentary Union, Honorable Speakers of National Parliaments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a pleasure to be among you today and to convey the warm greetings of the people of Economic Community of West African States, as well as those of Madam Hajia Memunatu Ibrahima, Right Honorable Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament, on the occasion of this South-South Parliamentary Dialogue Forum. Allow me to express my profound gratitude to the Association of Senates, Shura, and the equivalent councils of Africa and the Arab world, and its President, President of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, for inviting ECOWAS Parliament to grace this significant and history-making event. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your commitment to interregional dialogue, a crucial lever for bridging policy divergences. Above all, I seize this opportunity to solemnly commend the dedication and leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI in advancing his nation and his effort to foster a dynamic and diversified South-South dialogue. I also acknowledge the valiant Moroccan people who, under His Majesty's enlightened guidance, are building a modern, attractive, and prosperous Morocco. Furthermore, I wish to fulfill the duty of respectfully extending my warm greetings to colleagues, esteemed representatives of regional and sub-regional parliamentary unions gathered at this important meeting. I convey most affectionately the greetings of MPs from the ECOWAS Parliament whom I represent here. Honorable speakers, distinguished parliamentarians, the ECOWAS Parliament is honored by this opportunity to participate in this dialogue, which has become our privileged space for exchange and collaboration to better understand and devise tailored solutions to our shared challenges. The relevance of this forum's central theme, interregional and intercontinental dialogues in the Global South as a fundamental lever to confront new challenges of international cooperation and achieve peace, security, stability, and shared development, compels us today to establish a dialogue as a foundational premise for resolving disputes through parliamentary diplomacy. It is no exaggeration to note that today we face a crisis of trust. Trust with our people is built when we begin to speak their language, address their concerns, and balance dialogue to reconcile perceptions with facts, misinformation with truth. In essence, trust is forged through a dialogue. Indeed, the root of all discord lies in the absence of dialogue to understand and listen to one another. International and continental dialogues have become our instrument for entrenching peace and stability across our shared spaces. I remain convinced that through dialogue, we can collectively resolve our crisis and tackle greater challenges such as combating terrorism, ensuring food security, addressing migration, and reducing youth unemployment. Honorable colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are well aware that if we fail to prioritize interregional and intercontinental dialogue in the Global South as a fundamental lever, a critical tool for communication and resolving divergences, we will inevitably suffer the consequences of rising tariffs worldwide. These tariffs burden our economies with inflationary pressures and fuel the race towards protectionism. Together, yet helplessly, we will witness soaring commodity prices, diminished competitiveness of domestic enterprises, disruptions in supply chains, and risk of trade retaliations. It is thus urgent to engage in dialogue on all fronts to intensify cooperation among our states and particularly among our parliaments to ensure security in our nations, the well-being of our population. The shared destiny of our people obliges us to dialogue. My dear colleagues, to achieve this, let us unite, deliberate, and dispel all misunderstandings that may hinder our collaborations. Dear colleagues, let us work in consent to translate the profound aspirations of our peoples into action, for we are their voice. This forum must, above all, serve as a space to exchange and develop alternative means of understanding aspirations of our people, primarily those African and Arab nations. I take this moment to urge all of us to transform this forum into a platform for parliamentary diplomacy that must necessarily promote the socio-economic and cultural development of the peoples of the Global South. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of cooperation among Southern parliamentary organizations must rest on shared values and common concerns of our populations, given the complexity and global dimension of current challenges. In closing, allow me, on behalf of Madam Hajia Memunatu Ibrahima, President of the ECOWAS Parliament, to pay a special tribute to the Moroccan delegation for its leadership and unwavering commitment to achieving ASECA's objectives. These greetings also afford me the opportunity to once again thank His Majesty the King, who has made interregional and continental integration the cornerstone of South-South cooperation. On behalf of my delegation, we also thank you for the courtesies accorded us since we arrived in Rabat. ECOWAS Parliament extends to its Moroccan brothers and sisters its profound gratitude and appreciation for all the efforts and facilitation in the impeccable organization of this forum. Long live South-South Parliamentary Forum. Long live the government of Morocco. Long live ECOWAS Parliament. Thank you. Merci. Obrigado.
شكرا. الآن الكلمة للسيد نائب الرئيس.
And now is the floor to Alexandra Komina, the representative of ECOWAS.
الآن ECOWAS. الآن كلمة معالي السيد بارتولوم أبادال الرئيس.
The floor is now to Mr. Bartolo Abdallah, of the President of the Senate of the Argentine Republic. We cannot hear the speaker. Honorable President, we'd like to thank the President of the Argentine Senate for his invitation. We also hail the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI for this crucial initiative aiming to strengthen and broaden political dialogue between the different... Unfortunately, we cannot hear the speaker. Apologies, we cannot hear the speaker. Unfortunately, we cannot hear the speaker in the booth.
ننتقل لأن هناك مشكلة في الصوت يعني.
We'd like to offer our apologies for the problems of sound. We now give the floor to Mr. Castillo, President of the Central American Parliament. The floor is yours for your video message. Unfortunately, we cannot hear the speaker in the booth and cannot translate for you. Terribly sorry. We apologize. We cannot hear the speaker in the booth and therefore cannot interpret.
لا في مشكلة كاينة عندنا في الصوت. الو منير. في مشكلة ديال الصوت، كاينة مشكلة ديال الصوت عندكم في القاعة. شوف محمد سامي، شوف تواصل مع الإخوان اللي على مشكل ديال الصوت اللي كاين.
We apologize, but we cannot hear the speaker in the booth, so therefore cannot provide you with interpretation. Apologies.
Como نأسف على هذا المشكل.
We apologize for the technical issues. We now give the floor to the closing intervention. I am delighted to be able to thank you.
Your Excellencies, President and representatives of Senate and regional and continental Parliament. We would like to thank them for their participations, and I would like to apologize for some of the technical problems that we have seen. Some of these technical problems has caused us to be a little bit late for the lunch ceremony. We wanted to finish all the interventions as we are keen on listening to all the ideas, visions that have been shared today. I would like also to highlight the fact that we will proceed after lunch by the discussion of the topics. That first topic, which is the role of regional initiatives to enhance economic inclusiveness and the South-South development, and the meeting of the Secretary Generals has been postponed until tomorrow, room number 5, and the meeting of the female MPs will be held, women MPs will be held today in room number 5. At the end of this session, I would like to invite you to a lunch break, insisting once again on respecting the time so we can continue having this very fruitful discussion in the same spirit we began with. We will be back directly after the lunch break. Thank you very much for your attention, and peace be with you. Session is over.